this. Cool. Oh, let me also toss you a link to you as well, since we have a new player today.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Oh shit.
There you go.
Who they are?
All right. So, oh, I should probably turn on my mic. Oh wait, nope. Mic's working. Everything's working. Mic check. Yep, we're good. Awesome. No trouble here. All right.
There's nobody here named Mike though. Who are we checking?
Shucks.
Uh,
All right. So in tonight's session, Yasha dies.
Yes.
Time to
Excellent.
introduce you guys to my other character. That's totally not repulsive.
What?
So, as I've kind of mentioned offline, just to clarify for the stream's sake, we have a new player.
Who?
Hooray!
You.
Oh.
Get him.
So yeah.
This is my
Welcome,
grandfather.
welcome to the team. I will have your character be joining with us shortly.
Okay.
But yeah. I guess we'll start off with the cap, which we so desperately need since we have a brand new player. So who wants to help with that?
Oh, where does begin?
are you
Boy.
starting at the very beginning?
It would be ideal if we started at the
far
very
back
beginning,
are we
but like you know,
I mean, it does
Chopped
feel
it up.
appropriate since you guys kind of completed the prologue of this campaign. So
Oh
it all
boy.
started not too long ago.
I'll
Well,
start it with that damn wizard in that tower.
That
Yeah.
fucking smile.
That
Okay.
that goddamn smile.
Oh my god. Alright, so basically we're hired by Big Dude Scientist, who is the big dude of the
The
main
acting
tower.
archmaid.
Yep.
The acting archmage, yes. And basically he said, yo, we have like artifacts that like can make a burning war happen, which
Really
is
wreck some ass.
Whoops, we're gonna go destroy the world with ancient technology and shit like that. Artifacts. So, we need to retrieve those. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
And that's
You'll.
what we've been doing this entire time.
Yep.
So-
So your first.
Thanks for putting it.
Yeah. In a
Skipping
very.
over.
He skipped a lot.
In a very nutshell way, yes, you were hired out by the Archmage, who gave you a very small, brief, but unknown history about how there was an ancient, devastating war that nearly ended the world like twice over. And the only way it was stopped was by the actual Archmage actually put a stop to it. And he cast a spell that basically deactivated all these powerful artifacts and weapons of destruction that all these other guys were holding and running around using. And they just stopped working. And over time, a lot of them were gathered and destroyed. Others were lost to time. There's still a bunch out there, just waiting. And the Archmage's getting long in his years, given that this was 1,000 years ago. And the
Shit.
magic that binds them and prevents them from working is waning. So the party was hired basically to carry out almost totally in secret a retrieval task of finding and bringing these dangerous artifacts back, so that in the case and in the inevitable that these artifacts will start working, they don't fall into the wrong hands, because the political climate of the realm is peaceful but tense in some ways, and you can definitely feel that if any of the other factions and nations had an opportunity to get the upper hand, i.e., having a sword that can just casually blow up half a forest, I'm sure nobody would be less than eager to take the advantage. So that's sort of the task. You're to prevent that. Your first mission was to go through some regularly excavated ruins, which had found a secret chamber below the normal ruins that are regularly studied, to be a separate part from a time way back when, which the mages were kind of able to pinpoint was sometime during the Burning War itself. Turned out to be an ancient tomb that locked away a lich. A lich whose ring was powerful enough to raise entire armies of the dead in just one swift motion. And bandits had recently taken hold of this place, and their leader, who was a wizard, became
Didn't go very well for them.
Yeah, he became possessed with the ring and tried to do the whole thing, but didn't quite work out. So that was your first artifact retrieval. There you met and befriended a Knight of Bastion, one of the other factions, known as the Bastion Order. They're a conglomeration of other knightly orders, all basically bound together by honor and justice, and looking to protect the world. They're dickheads despite this.
They're also assholes.
Yeah, they're all
There's no
disliked.
assholes around here.
They're
We
all
have-
disliked.
We
They're
have
all
two.
disliked.
We have come across two that are actually like, you know what, you're pretty okay. Especially
Yep.
Lady Agnew. Agnew is pretty awesome, I have to
Yeah.
say.
Sir Mercedier, whom you
Sure.
befriended, and then Lady Agnew, who you befriended later. So you were able to retrieve the ring, met with Sir Mercedier, kept secret about the ring and the artifacts that you had that you're tasked with finding, and brought the ring back safely. Your second task was to retrieve back Star Silver, a sword which, as I aforementioned, can basically devastate half a forest.
Lots of
You-
forest.
There was
No
some
longer-
bumps with that mission, as you came across more Order Knights, met with Lady Agnew, and some of the other echelons of the Bastion Order who were less than fun to contend with.
Less than fun, he says.
Yep. As it turns out, they were tracking Badland trolls who were in the region, but way out of the way of where they should be. After that, the night of, the trolls attacked, and as it turned out, it was a diversion led by a group of assassins. Among their number was Poverty, who was not really with the assassins, but working out of convenience with them to find a knight that she was assigned to basically take back and retrieve to Broznov. As it turns out, the knight was kind of forced into service and was kind of under the yoke of a less than kind commander.
That's putting it lightly.
Putting it lightly. Sir
Don't
Alric
remember that dude's name, and
Sir
doesn't deserve
Alric is yeah. Sir Alric was not a nice knight, and the
nobody
party
liked the guy.
yeah, the party did not like dealing with him. But the retrieval was nonetheless successful. However, they did have a run-in with the Drow assassin Kalik, who put up a quite nasty fight with you guys, even though all of his assassins kind of dropped like flies. But afterwards, you were able to fend off Kalik and keep Lady Yvonne, who was the unknowing possessor of the sword. She had this sword. It was a nice treasured artifact. She happened to be a weapons collector because her late husband and son were expert weaponsmiths, and after their passing, she sort of vicariously she collects these weapons and vicariously she reminisces of them by basically meeting and talking with mercenaries and adventurers, and kind of she's enticed by these adventurers and stories of adventures. It's also where you
A
guys
lady
got
of class.
Yep. She likes swords, and so she collects them. The party also lovingly created their nickname of a mercenary company after they had. I'm doing out of sequence. They had to create a name for their quote-unquote mercenary brigade, and also met with Lord Roland, the Viscount, and also the party's dad.
Lol.
Yeah. Lord Lord Roland
This party-
is a
This
mercenary
party has
from
two dads and a
Broznov.
mom.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
it really does. Lord Roland is he's an NPC mercenary who has been hired to more or less transport you guys around, and has a small squadron of goons that kind of help you guys in the background. Roland himself is a rather
We're the
resourceful one.
escort mission.
Yep. He's in charge of making sure you get from place to place, and he carts you guys around.
That
Yeah.
one's fire.
And yeah, you actually got a nice newer cart after you helped out Lady Agnew.
A
But yeah.
more combat capable cart.
So yeah,
Not by much.
things went down. Kalik tried to steal the sword, but you were able to stop him, which raised up the question of, do more people know about the sword? And the following session answered that question with a resounding yes.
More people do.
Absolutely.
More people do, turns out. As you went back with sword in tow and a brand new cart and a new adventurer to join your party, you had an encounter as you were stopped by an airship loaded with mercenaries. And there you met Calic's other buddies who were also hired to retrieve the sword. Captain Gilbud, aka Cheesebeard, a dwarf artificer and airship captain, who basically parked his airship to block your path, and mercenary swordsman and self-proclaimed samurai expert Jin, a half-elven samurai. Who,
I know that guy only because of all the memes that have been posted about him in the last couple days.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He's quite the meme.
he is kind
most
of a
of our
meme.
party finds him irksome at best. Poverty despises the guy.
Yeah.
Well,
So they were
Ridiculous.
stopped by the crew, and to which Jin offered a friendly duel. 1v1, first one to go down loses the sword. And
Yeah.
Lemine took up the duel, and in about 3 or 4 rounds of fighting, Jin managed to knock him down.
no.
Yeah. Lemine didn't really stand a good chance against Jin.
No.
But in response to that, the party, Mordorin specifically, pushed the sword into Poverty's hand, told her to go out there and use it on the airship, and witnessed for the first time in 1,000 years the power of a relic, in which everything in a 100-foot line straight from the cast of the sword was just devastated. Jin was sent flying into the forest. The airship got a nice, massive hole punched into the side of the hull as it was kicked 100 feet into the sky. Yeah, utter devastation that nobody would have anticipated. And in the chaos, the party was able to scramble and escape. And
Was not our. It's such devastation.
it was not your intention, but it got you away.
Wow.
After that, the party had one extra job, which was to excavate a site of an ancient Calustan city, which was south
that
of
one.
yeah, and that one was the doozy.
That
Um,
was the doozy of it.
After a long trek through
Sure
the
was.
enchanted forest, the party arrived in the dead of night to a large excavation, like a large tent setup of Valvadiri guards and Archmage researchers. They were greeted, told that they would be briefed in the morning, and they had slept, only having to witness a bizarre dream of a burning city and a battlefield. And within the dream, a man in robes approached them, as if trying to speak to them, saying, "I see you."
Oh.
In that moment, they woke up, only to be alerted that there is a lizard army attacking.
Oh.
And so Valvadiri guards and mercenaries joined alongside the adventurers, fought hundreds and hundreds of lizards off. To their surprise, they met with Captain Gilbud and Jin, who were around. Gilbud rocking a big, like, steam-powered mech suit, just crushing lizards left and right with it, and Jin just diving in there and slicing lizards left and right. The party fought against their champion, which was a lizardman riding a Tyrannosaurus Rex, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
they were able to defeat their champion, or at least fend him off. Yeah, you guys defeated the champion.
Yeah.
And
It is questionable if we killed him, but he rode off limp, so we can
Yeah.
only assume.
in any case, after that, they met with the dig site's leader, Ilma, who was an elven mage who basically was in charge of the whole place. And she basically was like, okay, we got two options. One, we can look into this lizardman problem. Or two, we could just go down there and get whatever you're looking for ASAP and then get out. So the party molded over, and they decided that they were going to rush down into the ruins, get the relic, or whatever relic might be down there, and get out. So Ilma passed along her little flunky, basically, her little assistant, Varen, who was an expert in Calustan ruins, and down below they descended with this spunky little mage who had never been down in ruins before, and exploring this ancient city, which turned out to be full of various interesting designs and puzzles of sorts. Let me turn this down a little bit. Afterwards, you guys were able to solve all 4 puzzles, and kind of reminisced about the dream of the burning city, realizing that this ancient ruin was the city. It was the city that was on fire in your dreams, an almost haunting way. You were able to find the 4 stones that unlocked the vault's entrance, which was basically a corkscrew door that was made out of a giant fountain that was in the middle of the ancient city's market square, essentially. Unfortunately, this thing was old as shit, so when it started to open, something didn't quite work, and the whole door ended up collapsing, and everybody save Yasha ended up being caught in the fall, and were nearly crushed to death by falling rocks and debris as they dropped a 100-foot drop.
Yeah.
Varen was unfortunately crushed under the rubble.
We were crushed by his death.
Yep. Kind of.
Moderately.
Moderately. As it turns out, Varen kept a secret second notebook with one of the Bastion Order's little label and reports of activity that the Archmages were up to, or at least Ilma was up to.
We did.
But
Mordrin
Yep. Mordrin knows. I don't know if the rest of the party knows.
He did not tell anyone else about it until we got back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh right, Mordrin did share this.
We shared it much later on though.
Yep. While down there, they finally met the man from their dreams, the World Walker. A being who is an amalgamation of memories and thoughts, ideas and ambitions, all made into a manifested specter of sorts, who pretty much explains that down here is the Night Prison. The Night Prison is not an artifact, at least not what the kind of artifact that the party was looking for. However, he also implored the party that they need it, because the Night Prison is a box. It is the Pandora's box. It holds back an ancient terrors from an age known as the Age of Night, which, after some research afterwards, was able to be determined a small era in a few century gap that happened between the collapse of the Calustan Empire and before the Burning War. So there's just a small gap of time, and part of it is filled out by this Age of Night. Pretty much he tells you that this artifact is a prison that holds back all the horrible things that lived and basically walked the land and caused all sorts of terror and destruction in that age. But he implores you to open it because he has learned that there is a greater evil that stalks the world and is ready to strike at a moment's notice, and is nearing that moment. So, after some debate, the party decide, alright, we're gonna get the box and open it. And so they did. So after an arduous trek of taking on the challenge of acquiring and opening the box, in which the party had to solve numerous puzzles and fight numerous annoying enemies such as animated armors and animated weapons, as well as fighting Warforged possessed by the spirits of the ancient sages.
like the chicken ballistas.
Oh yeah, the
Chicken
chicken
ballistas.
ballistas. Yeah,
Especially the
animated,
chicken ballistas.
the animated ballistas with the poor 2 legs that it tried to walk around, but Yasha was like, no.
No, chomp.
But yeah, after that, they would come face to face with the guardian of the key, the herald of the Age of Night himself, made into its protector, or into the prison's protector, King Fjord, or also known as the King of Night. Which the party then resoundingly defeated in only a few rounds of combat.
He lasted 2 rounds.
He lasted 2 rounds because you critted like a motherfucker on him.
Lol.
But he was convinced that whatever terrors that were held within the box was no match for the party, so he let you guys have the key. And then, to which then the World Walker implored the party to open it, and indirectly saved Caiaphas because, well, as it turns out, while they were retrieving the box, Caiaphas was being attacked by some invisible specter that was quite literally just taking the life out of him. But once the box opened, whatever attacked Caiaphas was gone. And he's been in bed rest since. The party then returned, to which then they were fully briefed by one of the other Archmage's advisors, Clyde, who was also the owner of the Golden Home, which is the place they were staying at. That the next task they're going to be going is going to bring them to Broznov, which is their rival city. It is with a lot of notes and a lot of reluctance, I would say, that the party has to be sent there, because, well, it's dangerous out there.
Not a pleasant place.
It's not a nice place to go, and being out there means you're not out in Valadiri. But in any case, that's the story so far, more or less. Yeah, oof, I just recapped about 15 sessions with that.
Yeah. There's also the little note that Caiaphas gave us Star Silver to use if we need to.
Yep.
Which is because we need it to find its sister sword.
Right.
I think.
So one small important caveat: Star Silver, the sword that they used to blow up the forest and escape the mercenaries, has a sister sword, and as it turns out, the swords are linked, which is the conclusion they came to when they were wondering how the hell does someone else know about these weapons. Turns out somebody came across and found the other sword, and they were able to. The sword is, in some way or another, magically linked with its other counterpart, and so the other owner became aware of Star Silver, and sent Jin and Gilbud and Kalik and friends to try and retrieve it. Who that person is still a mystery, but everybody knows that fucker lives in Broznov.
Nice.
So, yep. And so that's why the party's here, because they've come to retrieve that sword and, try and contain whatever other dangers is out here, essentially. Which brings us, finally, to the session. Alright, party. So, as I last left you guys off, you were on the top of the outer wall of Broznov looking in. The cart that you're riding in on with Roland and Tessa and your merry gang of now needle rifle armed
Crew.
assistants, crew, now
like,
ride with you as they have guns instead of crossbows.
Hell yeah.
I kind of gave a small description. Broznov is a various. It's very. Oh, actually, hold on. So, So as you ride across the side wall of Broznov, it's almost like a highway, and you look over on this essentially this big overarching overpass of a highway that weaves in and around the city. You see outstretched buildings that kind of continue off from the ocean to the mountains themselves. Let me change scene real quick. Bam. Oh yeah, there's Tessa. Tessa is with you, as she is kind of your new guide into the foray of Broznov. And you basically get a nice good look of Broznov. The the various parts of the highway as you watch is kind of like cut off at segments, incomplete in a lot of places, but you see the complete parts filled with becoming more busy as you see sort of as you see various carts and wagons, and even horseless carriages, so to speak. They got
Yes.
They got Model Ts around here, just riding around.
They got
So, yeah.
Truinos.
No, they're not that advanced. But you see all sorts of mechanized carts and others that are pulled by horses or other animals. You see almost like up like a pair of carts being tugged around by minotaurs that are yoked onto it. And it's not too busy on this upper highway, but you see the ramps going off and you start to see more and more activity essentially. And overhead you see a dark ashen sky that as clouds kind of block the sky essentially, and kind of sits and kind of boxes everything inside Broznov. Few things escape, like tall spires and metallic towers of corrugated metal as well as stone. Hold on. Where is it? No, where is it? At its most open, there are crowded streets as you descend further down into the actual floor, like the ground floor, the ground of the of Broznov. At its most open, there are crowded streets wide enough to fit a small ship. At random points of the streets branch off to winding alleys and junctions, some growing so narrow you could barely fit a person between the walls and buildings. The buildings themselves are a ramshackle uniform of grays, silvers, coppers, and other earthly colors. Metal shacks with corrugated roofs and other hodgepodge materials sit shoulder to shoulder with old dwarven stone structures that have been repurposed crudely by Broznov's various tech works, like an artist crudely repainting over a beautiful mural. They stand alongside with slightly dilapidated buildings with temple-like designs, sloped roofs, soft rock walls, and faded colors of red and green that blend with the industrial palette of the city. Buildings are crammed in a laughable attempt to keep things uniform, but more closely resemble several houses sandwiched on top of each other, as a myriad of ramps and ladders and steps and even jutting supports show accessible ways to climb to the top of these multi-story structures. The streets are crowded with people passing through, and the sound is a cacophony of chatter, the shouting of vendors, and the iron thumps and hissing of steam and industrial machines at work nearby. The dark clouds above are essentially the dark clouds above kind of cover everything. However, you catch the slow-moving silhouettes of what looks like airships, as well as the flicker of lanterns and lights on them, just to indicate their positions as they pulse in the sky, like almost like fireflies. You hear Tessa from the cart saying, "Ah, look away from the mountain," and in a brief moment, you hear almost like a low, loud growl as from the mountainside you see one particular mountain that has dwarven-like structure. It almost resembles like a dwarven face, with several metal rods that resemble like giant pistons begin to move and spring to life. The rumbling grows louder, and you can hear. You can begin to see an orange-like glow as it begins to light up a segment of the darkened sky and almost begin to push past these oppressive darkness the clouds are casting. It grows very, very bright suddenly, almost like a holy color of white and gold, until it settles to an orange hue that's fairly tolerable. Roland chuckles at this and he says, "Ah, there goes the Broznov day." Poverty, Mortarin, you are more familiar with this. Broznov's industrial works leaves kind of a lot of its places engulfed in almost like in a perpetual darkness, and almost as if it was intended to counteract this. The part of the mountain itself is part of the Old Kingdom, or part of those, some of those mountains are part of the Old Kingdom, and you know that a lot of the industry works have such like high level of energy that just gets like dispersed in almost like a volcanic like way, that it just like illuminates this powerful light, and this goes on for about like almost 3 days. So a Broznov workday is actually like 2.5 days.
Oh,
Yeah, as there's this
Long ass days.
Yep. Of course, you know that once after those 2.5 days are up, it goes off, and then it's just dark for 2.5 days. So a day out here is actually like 2.5 days.
okay. Weird. But,
Yep.
Okay.
Roland, of course, also explains this as well. He says, like, they keep track of the regular days in here, but the place is so weird with industry that they've invented their own day-night cycle practically.
Crazy. It's like a fake sun.
Yeah, it's bright, and the only thing that kind of suppresses it is this like dark ash cloud that's like covering most of Broznov. So yeah, you stroll your way through as the cart slowly pushes through this crowded street, and you make your way towards this open area. It almost weirdly feels familiar as you push into this area, as it kind of somewhat resembles downtown Valvedere. The large market square, busy with stalls, kind of corralled off in an area full of buildings that sort of keeps it almost enclosed, except for some small entrances. In a lot of ways, this resembles like that. There's also, in the same fashion, a large structure in the dead center of it, so you can't actually look directly from one area to another through the center. However, it feels like 4 times larger. The structure in itself is also massive, and you see coming in and out of the structure what appears to be guards in an almost dark cobalt blue uniform. These guys look like samurai, straight up. There's just guys with katanas at their side, pistols either at their hip on their belts, or they have what looks to be of some kind of large gun on their back. I say large, it's more like not very big, but it's fairly like sizable guns. These ain't pistols on their back, to put it simply.
They're like carbine sized.
Yes. However, they do look more like they've got a magazine or something of sort. These are not just like rifles. These look more like automatics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They have a very round-like design. I guess they look kind of almost like a Sten gun.
All right. Yeah.
But yeah. So they resemble more like Sten guns that are on straps. Oh, here we go. We'll go to one of the visuals here. So a lot of the city kind of looks resembling somewhat like this and at points. If that helps for the stream.
Okay. Cool.
Where's the stream, by the way? Okay, cool. So, you kind of like see the hustle and bustle. There's a lot of entrances and exits, and you see various points, various openings and entrances, just kind of like enclosed off with a weird looking almost like a weird looking like a gate. To which Roland points out, and he says, those are probably those bounded fields we've been hearing about. And there's a guard or two posted up at some of them, but a lot of them are kind of left alone. You hear almost on a radio-like voice something like a shrill feedback screech, and then just suddenly a random assortment of commands just being like not quite barked at, but calmly announced, and you suddenly see pouring out from the middle building just like half a dozen of these samurai, like just pouring out and running towards one of the gates. And some of them are just like, both hands on sword hip, or you see them pulling out their guns, and they're just like marching on in a hurry.
Okay.
Yeah,
What's going on?
never a dull moment out here. But yeah, we'll go with we'll go with this one. But in any case, yeah. After a moment, you pass by, you pass through the area, and you kind of get a visual. You could see a lot of ramps leading back up to this like overpass highway. Many of these ramps are sort of just closed off, while others have like a little side ramp, like a little side staircase, and it leads to what's underneath these ramps. You can see almost like a suspended railway. And, after briefly looking at any point of those railways, you just see zooming past just a train. So, big old subway train just rushing past on the rails. You see also passing over some small bridges. You can see canals, and there's little there's almost, I wouldn't, calling them gondolas is almost laughable, but there's little boats that are passing through, some of them carrying people while other are carrying goods that people are just dropping off and trading. And Tessa kind of comments like, yeah, there's no shortage of ways to get around the city, and I'm sure that some of the more better attuned locals know even more ways than one. And she announces like, this is Grand Central. If you ever get lost, just come here, and you can find your way back.
Good to know.
That in mind.
Yep. After that, she instructs Roland to in a particular direction, and you pass through under one of these random gates. Let me have my ambience since you guys are out and about. You pass through one of these gates. You feel a bit of a, not really like a weird sensation, but you feel a slight tingle as you pass through the gate, and then nothing happens. It's like, yeah, it almost feels like the hairs on your, the hairs on your back just almost stand, or the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end for a brief moment, and then you're fine. There you pass through, and a crude sign that's been kind of almost looks dilapidated and vandalized says toolbox on it, as if something else was written, as if it was written over something else. And after that, you pass through some winding streets and park up at one of these tall sandwich-like structures. And to which Tessa turns around and she says, "We're here." And Roland nods and says, "Right, we'll find a place. Don't worry about us." And he turns to you guys and says, "Go ahead and get settled in. We'll meet you at the bar." So with that, you guys hop off the cart, and Tessa mentions like, "Oh, that reminds me. Actually, we'll be having one more person joining us, so, hope that you guys don't mind with that. He's already in the know."
Okay.
And with that, she leads you up to the third story of this building, and up on this external metal ladder, and to the side of the building, you see just this flat wall. Tessa gives a little gesture, and you see a door just magically appears, and she unlocks it and pops it open and lets you guys in. And inside, you've arrived, and she's like, "All right, welcome home, I guess. This is my I guess this is your base of operations. I don't know what you guys call it, but you guys will be coming here. It's a bit of a home for me, but feel free to make use of it as you would. It kind of looks more to be like a repurposed, almost like a condo, so to speak. It's just like a repurposed condo. There's a small kitchen, there's a den, there's a loft area. The den, of course, has just stacks and stacks of papers and other like various research material. The kitchen is a bit of a mess, and she apologizes and says, I had to try and make room, so things are kind of all over the place right now, but it'll clean up. She points out that there's 3 rooms for you guys, so you guys are gonna have to share.
That's fine.
Fine
So-
by me.
But and then she does also mention like, there's one locked door. That's the lab. Please don't go there, cause I'm currently working on an experiment, and I can't have any disturbances right now with it because it might ruin the experiment at the moment. But not to worry, everything else is free and open for you guys to use. I can even I and Baiko can always have you guys, whip up something to eat if you guys got nothing. We're speaking of which, he should be on his way as well. With that, of course, you hear a knock at the door. And before you is a wood elf who seems a little lost, but yeah, he kind of pokes around. All right, that's you, Zach.
Oh no! Just like,
Yeah, I'm quite literally dropping you in. You've been instructed and briefed, but you have been given heads up on where to go.
thrown in.
Yeah, quite literally, I'm just throwing you
People
in.
just gonna look at you.
Literally and in real life.
Yep.
So my guy is like adorned from head to toe in armor and weapons. So when literally just a walking concert, his swords and weapons and armor all clanking together as he walks through. Not necessarily bumbling, but kind of like not exactly super balanced. Doesn't really care about it either.
Great, we got another walking armory. Hell yeah.
2 refrigerators.
Yeah.
2 refrigerators.
And he just lifts up his hand, signaling hello.
I take it you are 5th then.
If that's what they call me, then I guess I am the number 5.
Well, there's 4 of us, so you would be number 5.
Is your name 5?
No. Most people call me Chiron.
Oh. That's like an extra long Kai. Just looks at Shadow's character.
Wrong
Oh
campaign.
my god.
Dang.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Already
I'm sorry.
getting
Do you
into
want me to change my name?
No, you're good.
All right, because I wasn't gonna do it.
God.
Just messing.
Oh my word.
Anyway, good to meet you all. Hope to provide you some good company.
I
Same
think
to
so.
you. My name is Lamine.
Good to meet you. What is it you do?
Mostly
Murder.
T-Sim. No!
Oh,
Murder died.
That's out of character, but yeah.
Lamine
Oh.
is like T-Sim. Yash is like Mortarin.
So what do you
He's
do?
not-
What don't
Yash is
I
not
do?
that.
That
Yosh
is what
not
Lamine
that
says
clever
though.
yet.
Lamine does say mostly T-Sim and then nudges Mortarin.
Heavy sigh.
and what is it you do? Looking at Mortarin.
He just kind of looks at you and thinks about it for the moment.
Yasha points over. He doesn't talk.
Ah, I get that.
Yeah, but the Elfin party though.
I.
Well, what is it you do? Looking at Yasha.
I do things. I follow party and do things.
We could get character descriptions, but might help about what exactly it is we do.
Yeah, it's true.
To be honest.
Feel
Nope.
free to do a little out of character descriptors for each other.
One at a time.
Let's go with Lamine first, cause she,
Sure. Lamine is a like 6'3" to 6'4" woman in a combination of plate and brigandine armor.
Mm.
Short, like bob cut ginger hair. She has 2 swords on her hip, a shield, and a larger sword on her back, along with a pistol and a crossbow. She is essentially wearing an armored dress. Otherwise,
Mm.
blue and white, cloth and everything, like engraved. At this point, it's very fancy. Engraved gunmetal gray, like metal armor elements.
My character appreciates in Battle Elf.
Yeah. So she's frontline, very much so.
Yes. Yes, she is. Thank God.
Mechanically-
One could say stacked.
She is pretty
Stacked. Absolutely.
class-wise. She is a cleric paladin multi-class.
Ah. Is she wearing any symbols signifying her deity, or does she not follow a deity necessarily?
That's complicated.
Yeah.
Okay.
She doesn't wear any iconography, but for your knowledge, I will say that she does worship 2 different deities.
Got it.
She does have holy symbol, but that holy symbol is more of a personal nature.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere on her person that would be hanging a wood and gold amulet that at one point would have been carved, but at this point is like it's so worn down that there's not really any detail anymore.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So she so far she's been the main frontline and healer, and only healer really in the group.
Hey, I'm gonna be the healer next go.
That is true. You can do that now.
I can heal now.
But- Yeah, so it'll be nice to have another frontliner.
Yeah.
Another tanky frontliner.
Yeah.
But yeah, TLDR, big lady, swords.
Yep.
Sadly, no axe. She likes axes, but right now she has swords.
Hmm.
In comparison, Mortarin is quite tall for a high elf. He's just hovering just under 6 feet. He has rather long red hair and like yellow eyes, and he's wearing no armor. He's just in robes, basically. He also has a staff that's just kind of doing its own thing, just hovering around. We call it the bonking stick.
It
Yep.
bonk.
Mortarin, if he shows any emotions at all, it's usually either displeased, stressed, or both.
I see.
A hard elven man.
His class is mainly wizard, but I did multi-class, and so far only Luke has figured out what multi-class it is. I haven't shared to the rest of the party what I did, but it will.
Because technically, Mortarin doesn't know.
Yeah.
Technically.
Funny.
So who knows? He might actually find out what his multi-class is. But yes, he's a wizard multi-class. We call him the Mind Mage because he melts brains.
Sick.
Pretty much.
Yep. And that's him.
Our introduction to him was him knocking out a bandit and just melting his brain. Like, okay.
All right then.
Pretty fucking metal.
Melted.
Yep.
As for Yasha, he is much smaller. He is about 5'4", 5'6" ish. Can't really tell because he's often hunched over. A young man, a little dirty, but he does have and that wears simple clothing. But he does have green eyes, brown, short, matted hair, and most notably is that the green scarf and cloak seem conspicuously clean compared to everything else.
I forgot that we have the means presence.
As for any notable weaponry, he seems to have a longbow, a naginata, and a pistol. But the pistol doesn't look like it gets much use. It's more tied to him than really anything.
All right.
Other than that, I don't know what else to say about him. Kind of simple. He's pretty simple looking.
He's also my son.
Oh yeah, and he's the what was it? I can't remember the word right now, but he was made into the son of the group, I guess.
Pretty
Yep.
much.
Lamina's mom, and I'm dad.
It was a surprise adoption, and not the kidnap kind.
Oh shit.
Limi and Mortar are the parents. Poverty and Yasha are the children. Speaking of,
And then it's Shadow's turn.
Yeah.
You there, Shadow?
So Poverty just looks at Chiron, raises one hand in a very kind of half-assed greeting,
Yes.
and says, "Poverty." And then you see a purple-skinned tiefling woman with very dark black eyes with no pupils, just all black. You see her there with her arms folded and very standoffish towards you. She has one very long horn and one that's broken off with an X carved in her face. She has a black coat, cloak, with a purple sash going around studded leather armor. And very long black hair. Wait, who's their father?
Yeah, two mopey motherfuckers.
I was teasing that it's just Mortarin, but you know.
Yeah, they're both very sulky kind of
Yeah,
personalities.
they are.
They come off, or at least Poverty comes off with that too. Morden is very sulky.
Yeah. Let's see. She stands about like 5'9", kind of a medium build. That's about it.
Very tall
and-
party.
And then after she like
Bunch of talls and one small.
Yeah.
raises her hand or whatever, she looks at Lamine, and she's like, "Lamine, may I have a word with you in private?" And kind of glares at you.
Oh,
Nice.
Yes?
oh,
He's like, what did I do?
So,
Trouble.
well, glares at
You in
Chiron.
trouble?
Sorry, I should have specified.
oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I thought Lamina's being glared at like, huh? What
No,
did
no,
I
no,
do?
no. At
You
the,
have to
at the
forgive
new
her.
guy.
You have to forget. I was like, you have to forgive her. She's the emo child.
Yeah,
But this
she's
is out
been
of
through
character,
a
of
lot
course.
of shit.
Yeah.
So she pulls Lamine aside and gets about your not within earshot, and says, "I thought this mission was supposed to be private, and somehow everybody is being very liberal with the information. Who is this person?"
I have no idea. I've never seen this man.
I know not this man.
No, not this man.
Mm.
I have to trust our employers, though. I don't really have any other. Well, I could not trust them, but that doesn't seem very good in the long run. Suppose I'm rather choosing to trust them.
So Caiaphas reached out for outside help.
Oh, he did reach outside help for us.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that's kind of it. But Lamine would say something similar. More help isn't terrible. You were just basically pulled off anyway. You were unfortunately roped into it.
Mortarin in the background. I'm sorry.
You guys can't hear us.
Players can. And they're putting in there.
What are you talking about?
DM, what are you doing here? Get out of here.
Oh,
Right?
Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. I was going somewhere. I suppose more help would be appreciated. I just worry about everybody knowing our plans. Seems like a danger.
I can understand the sentiment.
That guy over there, he knows our plans too. Just some random shit.
Very well. I'll play nice for now, but I'll be watching this one.
You always
Oh.
watch. But we appreciate that.
All right. So
If nothing else, if something does go wrong, I'll take care of it. Don't you worry.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh shit!
Trouble.
Don't piss off mom.
I was like, all right, well, new character, second day, new character.
Yeah. So we rejoin the party after that.
I give you a
So-
pat on the head.
Well, so just to get like my appearance and all of that stuff out of the way, like I said, I'm adorned from head to toe in armor, save my mouth and chin, and I guess the bottom of my nose. The best way I can describe my character, because I'm drawing inspiration from a couple key characters, is the look of Ganondorf from the first Hyrule Warriors game,
Oh,
with the armor and the cloth all set up like that, and also the long hair just kind of like flowing out like that. But he's always wearing a helmet that covers like the top half to most of the rest of his head. Like if anybody knows Yu-Gi-Oh, the card Guilford. Wow.
That's all I'm picturing.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. so yeah,
I do not know these things, but I have Google, so I can figure it out.
yeah, perfect.
impossible! You don't have power of the internet.
I do now.
Oh no!
Okay, I can see it.
Let's see. What do I have? I've got 2 scimitars on me, a longsword. I have a lance strapped to my back that intermittently glows. I have 2 hand crossbows strapped to either side of me. I have a wood shield on my back and all that armor.
Oh my god.
Weapons. Yes.
He's a walking armory.
Yes. Walking armories.
2 walking armories.
Yeah, me and the battle nun are gonna have a predator moment. We're like, you son of a bitch.
Smack.
Dylan.
Yasha would be like, well, I don't know why you guys need so many weapons. What the hell? Do you use all of them at
No.
once?
Okay.
What's the matter? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils.
Exactly. You'll come to learn just why I have all of this stuff. It's not a proud history I have, but it's also not an important one. So let's get down to business. Exactly. Yes.
To defeat the Huns?
Yes.
Obviously.
Sorry, I heard let's get down to business. And immediate, that's the only transition you could do with that statement.
You know,
You
I
son of a
should.
bitch.
Yeah,
God damn.
that is a perfect gif right there.
Alrighty.
Muscled solidarity.
So Tessa gives a
In muscles we trust.
Tessa
In
puts on
muscles we
a, as best as she can, she puts on a rather tired smile, and she's like, I'm glad we're all acquainted then.
Oh, you should get some nap. You should get a nap,
One
lady.
second.
Which Yasha will tell to her, by the way. Just, you should get a nap, lady.
God, that gif is killing me right now. I'm just imagining the meme.
Yeah.
It's just big ripply muscles.
Hell yeah.
It's not hard to imagine.
Yeah, I should also add that my dude is jacked to shit.
Hell yeah.
Muscle buddies. It's happening.
Exactly. I've got like the veins popping out of my fucking neck and everything.
Yeah.
You were just lifting.
Exactly. I got here walking on 2 fingers.
It was part of the regimen.
Yeah. God, we have to figure out room placements for 3 rooms, 5 of us. Oh boy.
If it's all right with you guys, I'll elect to take the floor.
Yasha goes. Yasha raises his hand. I'll sleep outside.
I would not suggest sleeping outside, not in Broznov. Especially
Ugh.
since you on the roof is going to be somebody else's house.
Is it?
Nothing
Yes.
like
Sorry
the
about
smells of
Yes,
shit.
that
and
is also a perfect gif.
I'm gonna have to agree with these two that this may be definitely one of the areas where I insist that you do not leave. Not really.
All right, keep getting
Yasha is
distracted.
visibly deflated.
Okay. So
I will. I
y'all
will.
are. Oh, go ahead.
Hold on. It's just like to Yasha. If you stay in the house, you only take a bath every other day.
That's no fun.
You want it every day?
You only give me a bath every day because I go outside every day.
Well, then look at it this way: less going outside, less baths.
Still deflated,
Look at that.
unfortunately.
This
I
isn't a
know.
win-win.
This isn't a win-win.
This is
Yeah,
a lose-lose.
With me and Mom, we'll talk about it.
In any case, Tessa goes over to the kitchen and she's just like, oh. She sees there's a crock pot that's cooking and she pops it open and she's like, huh, weird. I guess Fika was cooking. And, so she's just like, hey guys, stew's on. And,
Ew.
you guys got some stew.
Ew.
Some beef
Yay.
stew.
I feast.
Yep. So,
I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna
as
get
as you are mentioned, there's 3 rooms for the 5 of you to figure out. She's just like, I've got my own place, so it's just those 3 rooms are for you guys. They're not exactly spacious, but it's able to accommodate. I think 3 rooms should be able to accommodate at least 5 of you guys comfortably. Kind of on short notice, and I'm not exactly made of money, unfortunately. This is the best Broznov's gonna offer for anyone who isn't from the treasure box. So, yeah.
A gratuitous offer indeed.
Let's
Yeah.
fix that. Beats up people, takes their gold. Now you're rich.
Oh my god.
I agree with this.
Tessa's like, I'm not okay with this.
Mortar is not okay with this either.
Please don't.
Yasha still be in that mindset of why don't we just go hunting in the city?
No.
A glimmer appears in Chiron's eye.
Like hunting.
Hunting.
This is
No.
a city.
Well,
In the city.
soldiers are pretty dumb, and they do have deep pockets.
2 glimmers in his eyes.
Oh. Well,
Oh boy.
Miss Chiron now is the big brother that's getting all the little siblings into trouble.
But poverty, that's stealing. You can't do that.
Oh boy.
Yasha, how do you think I survived in these streets?
By hunting?
Exactly.
Lamine, make a perception check. Actually, hold on. What's your perception, Lamine?
My passive?
Yeah, what's your passive?
14.
14? Okay. You kind of catch glimpse at from almost the corner of your eye. You see something almost sort of slink in from one of the windows, like almost like something kind of slip from the windows, and the only thing that you catch is the window quietly like being sort of closed. Yeah, as if someone just snuck in.
It's not me. I use the door.
I cast detect magic using a spell slot.
Shia LaBeouf.
It's Shia LaBeouf.
Oh, no.
Ah!
No.
No, there is no magic. No magic to be detected here, friend.
Okay. Option 2, divine sense. Just immediately like, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is that?
What was that?
You sense nothing divine.
Okay.
Did
Well-
you hear something?
No.
I mean, if anyone would be paying attention, she is pretty. She did like just look over and is focused on something.
Oh, if Mom focused on something, that's gonna
Did the window like open and close?
You were
Or is
only
it-
really to catch a glimpse of what it looks like something shadowy, just like quickly closing the door very quietly and just slinking like just from out of sight. You turn around and you're just like, you're kind of like, huh?
DM?
Did it seem like it was
Oh.
leaving?
It was
What's
the
up?
DM.
DM?
Yes.
Does my lance go off?
Your lance.
My lance?
Oh, which one did you go with?
I went with the one of warning.
Your warning does go off.
Oh, my lance glows on my back.
Hey, Miss.
Mortimer is definitely going to actively look around the room now because why is the first of all, why is the lamp glowing, and why does it mean looking around?
Hey, Chiron. I think your weapon is powering up or something.
Yeah.
I break my neck to look at my lance.
Oh God! You're
It's
not
like
an
those,
owl.
it's like those Gmod videos where they make that like cracking noise
Yeah.
with their neck.
Yes, exactly.
Make a 180 spin to look at your fucking lance on your back as your neck just makes various bone cracking noises.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Not necessarily.
Mortimer's
Lamine does
gonna
want to go
actively
to
look-
whatever.
Yeah.
Investigation time.
Something's
'cause
in.
it's
Something is in the. I guess I'll call it the suite. Something is in the suite with you guys, and Tessa, who's in the kitchen.
Yeah, and that Morton doesn't like it. So, what are we rolling, boss?
Roll perceptions, guys.
I don't know how to do this.
Ah,
Oh,
okay.
right.
Let's.
It-
So,
are-
do you see do you see a channel called
Yes,
Roll Channel?
I'm over there right now.
Okay,
So it's
so
exclamation R, then D, whatever.
exclamation R D. Yeah, there you go. D20 plus X. Or if it's a different type of die, it's D. And of the respective. So if it's like a D8, then it's D8 plus whatever other
The
modifiers.
The plus X is supposed to be like proficiency.
Yeah.
Modifier proficiencies, whatever you want. You
So-
could
Whatever.
theoretically be D20 plus 101 or something, but that's generally it.
So let's say you have a +2 to your thing. You do D20 plus 2.
And the X is supposed to also take into account my ability score, right?
Yep.
It's whatever you want it to be, really.
Okie doke.
All right. Well, thank God you guys are super observant as you see what appears to be a rather a gaunt-looking ash pale looking guy dressed in a rather not light but a fairly light coat with a covering over his face and eyes like goggles and almost like a breather like mask and some rather large looking gloves, gauntlet like gloves, and as he kind of like soundlessly strides past you guys and just makes his way towards the kitchen.
Nosferatu.
Mortimer will ask Tessa, Tessa, you, how did he look like again?
Starts drawing my sword.
This guy definitely looks like it. This guy definitely looks human, but the way he moves and the way he looks, very bizarre.
Yo, what the fuck is that? What is
Yeah.
it? What is the
But
fucking
Morton's gonna ask Tessa, just like, how does your boyfriend look again?
He's all but asking, "Is this your boyfriend?"
Basically.
It's just
making
like
sure.
like she's about to respond, then she gives out a quick yelp and she's like, "Vico, you idiots!"
Chiron slowly draws his longsword.
Bro, what the fuck is a snork doing in here?
Yeah, Snork shows up, and immediately the guy just goes and just basically hugs her, and he's just like, "Hey, I'm home."
Slowly draw shield.
Oh.
I think it's fine, Chiron.
Yeah.
Chiron's busy powering up.
But she says that as she's like putting her arming sword back into its scabbard, you can hear the like, shh.
Yeah.
Looks deflated. Puts away weapons.
Oh, not a fight.
Have no worries, Chiron. We
You can
trouble
see
likes to find us.
you can see Tessa is clearly upset and a bit flustered, but she does compose herself a moment, and
It's
after
like 3 seconds from getting
after giving Vico a few smacks to the face, she introduces him to you guys, and she's like, "Anyways, sorry about that. That's Vico. Yes, Vico will be living with us as well. He is he's my boyfriend. Just kind of like." And Vico's just like, "You always get worked up when you say that, you know?" She's just like, "Shut up."
Ha.
lovely.
He pulls down his mouthpiece, his little not really bandana, but like a little his face covering, And yeah, he's for the most part he is a human, but he is a bit strangely colored. He still keeps his goggles on though, which are a faded gray or grayish green color. And he gives you gives you a bit of a cheery smile and a little wave, and he's like, "Hey, I'm Vico."
So we heard.
Mortarin, Poverty, make me, it would be a wisdom check, or either a history check or a wisdom check. With advantage. This is something you know about Broznov, as you kind of recognize certain features of Vico.
Broznovs.
Can I do a
Wonder
history
why
check?
wisdom instead
Yes.
of intelligence, but
Because it's more common sense than knowledge? I don't know.
It's
a dirty 20.
I'll give it to you both. Hauntingly enough, this guy gives the descriptors of a urban myth. You guys kind of more or less know, known as the walking corpse, or other such colorful
Probably.
names as the corpse, or the undying one. There's about a dozen different like urban myths, or so the story goes in like 100 different iterations. He fits the description of at least like 3 or 4 of them that you know, which is a rather gaunt, albeit not as skinny as the descriptions, but a gaunt, skinny, and somewhat tall guy. Not quite Slender Man, but like he's a skinny, tall dude, rather gaunt in the face. Who looks rather ghostly and ash-like in appearance. The stories range wildly from all sorts of weird and crazy, like boogeyman-ass stories about this guy. Things from this dude is like this guy goes into fucking people's houses and eats babies, to this guy like pulls you off the streets and then murders you, or this guy climbs into your house and kills you in your sleep. That kind of all sorts of various things. All sorts of unpleasant stories, but the only thing that's really consistent is that anytime people have seen him like fight somebody, anytime he's struck with anything that looks like it would be a nasty blow, he kind of shrugs it off, which is where he gets the name of just corpse, because he just doesn't really die. One such anecdote is not really anecdote, but one such story that you kind of can recall, Poverty, is the time of a thief stealing from a stall and being chased by a Tetsu guard, who, after several minutes of chasing to the guts of the city, which you're more home to, was fired at and struck several times with bullets, to which he pretty much just walked it off and kept running. The Tetsu guard then, after seeing 3 or 4 clear hits on the guy and seeing them just being shrugged off completely, gave up.
Oh, fair.
Convinced
Fair,
that
given.
yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. So it's not so much he's called a corpse because he's dead, but he's called a corpse because he looks a little bit dead, and he doesn't exactly look like a healthy human with the way his skin sort of comes off as an almost like deathly appearance. However, despite the descriptors of him being rather gaunt looking or very like, slender, kind of a stick-like person, it looks like he's actually pretty filled in, like he's eating well.
Well, good for him.
Yeah.
He almost got hurt.
Um,
Well, at least he would have shrugged it off, I suppose.
I guess, but still.
yeah.
There was like, danger.
More closer descriptors also complement some of these mythos. They say he's supposedly blind, but he can either see you because of the way you smell or the sounds you make. You're not too sure how true it is. However, he is wearing goggles, so you can't really tell if he's actually blind or not. I will follow up these descriptions that he's got like short, he's got a short, weirdly well-maintained hair. Probably done by Tessa, given that, he lives with her. But he's got some short golden brown hair, and he's wearing a rather faded coat that it's a form-fitting coat, and on his hands are a pair of not really faded, but like darkened bronze-colored gauntlets that are actually bigger that make his hands kind of a little bit bigger than they are. That, they're a little bit extended out, that go out to the wrist. There's a bunch of interesting little gadgets and things on his gauntlets too that you don't really get a good look at. But yeah, in any case, he does smile and he's just like, "Hey guys."
Yasha is unsure.
Yep.
What are you?
I'm gonna go pick a room. Really close to pick a room.
Yep. I'm Mordrin. Oh, unfortunately, follow the mean.
You
I
guys
suppose
are gonna relax then.
I repeat, what are you?
Well, Vico was just like, I mean, Tessa kind of butts in. He's just like, "That's kind of rude." And Vico's like, "No,
I come in very close, like half an arm's distance in front of him. Not trying to be intimidating, just like getting close to try and look at him.
Vico, of course, responds. He's just like, Vico, of course, responds, and he's perfectly comfortable with your very close approach, as he's almost kind of leaning in to study you as well. And he's just like, "You're an outsider." And he's like, "I can smell it off you, too. In fact, you're all from the outside. That's a lovely smell." And,
Seems a bit strange to be calling me an outsider looking like you do.
I'm from
Please
here.
don't,
So am I.
please don't stiff me.
Do.
I'm also from here, and
Yasha is not weirded out. He's just like, what? I sniff people all the time too, though.
Yeah.
I'm also from here. And are the legends true? Are you undead?
So you are a local.
Oh my god.
And Tessa's
I'm
just
just
like, please
like a-
stop. And he's like,
He's all egged on. He's like, yeah.
Mr. Fish,
He's
did
like-
you die?
he's just like, "It's okay, Tessa." He kind of explains, like, Tessa doesn't really like the little rumors about me. Yes, she doesn't like it when I use my old nickname, but yeah, I am who you think I am. But those stories, not really true. Most of them aren't really true. I don't eat babies, I don't kill people.
I thought as much. You have to have a tough exterior if you want to survive in Broznov. I understand.
Yep. I don't really want to talk about the number of times I've had something pulled out of me every time I have a bad run-in. He looks over at Tessa, who's getting more and more irritated at talking about Vico. He's just like, "We'll talk about this later, though. We'll talk about this later." He kind of gives you like an assuring smile.
Yasha be like, but what stories, though? I want to hear stories.
And he's just like, "Oh, well, I'll be happy to tell you about them. Maybe after you guys get settled in." He kind of looks over at Tessa as he's like carefully picking his next few words. And Tessa kind of like is still kind of, staring daggers at him, but he's just like, but she kind of nods like, they need to get settled in.
Me? A celebrity?
Impossible.
In any case, I'll be here to help you guys around Broznov. I figure since some of you guys kind of already know the city itself, you'll be able to adjust well, but never helps to have help, right?
It never helps to have help.
Never hurts to have help.
Never hurt to have help.
Never hurts to help have.
Vico needs to go lie down.
He's trying not to say something to upset Tessa more.
It's taking a lot of effort out of him, I see.
He's not really used to this. He
Lord,
does
losing
he
his
does give
mind.
you he does kind of like you can tell he's trying his best, but he is kind of very curiously trying to lean into you to get a good whiff of you guys.
I
But-
very
Yasha-
gently but sternly push him away.
Yep.
Like, nope.
No,
Yeah.
legit,
You're
if
not
he
telling me.
sniffs Yasha, he'll sniff back like it's a fucking wolf thing.
Yep.
Yep.
Sniff.
Oh man,
Dog.
if he even so much
Yeah.
as tries, that bonking stick just comes very close to him. He gets sniffed the bonking stick though.
Mm.
The bonky
Wait.
stick might bonk back.
Do not sniff me.
Yeah. If you do express a bit of discomfort, he does kind of back off.
No, Yasha sniffs back.
He's just
Wild
like,
child thing.
oh, another one. It's like, did you grow up in the guts too?
Yasha tilts his head. It's like, no. I
He's like,
grew up in
huh.
forest.
Oh, you're an outsider. Weird. Kind of remind me of some of the folks I grew up with in the guts.
Hmm.
Can I make a insight check?
For what are you trying to find out?
If he's blind.
If he's blind?
Yeah, if he's blind and kind of I don't know how he feels about us.
Go ahead.
Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Well, you're not able to come to the best of conclusions on whether he's blind or not. However, it doesn't feel like his warm welcome betrays any sort of deception. You're fairly convinced that his welcome is fairly genuine and that he is fairly friendly. If not a
Okay.
little bizarre.
Strange man, but a friendly one.
Just
Yasha
adding
will pre-
so like, all right, well, now that we
Yasha will press him though. He'll be like, what do you mean? I don't think I know anyone in the city.
Hmm.
Smell like people from the guts? Poverty's from the guts.
Well, you don't quite smell like it. Definitely smell like you're from the outside. But you kind of remind me of a lot of the folks I grew up with the guts. I not exactly didn't grow up in a home per se. I kind of just grew up outside the city, or well, outside in the city.
Oh, well,
I'll tell you more later. Go ahead and get yourselves accommodated.
find out which rooms go to rich people.
Yep. All right. 3 rooms, 5 people. You do the math.
Well,
It sounds like
unfortunately for Mordorin, he knows where he's going.
All right.
Where's he
a
going?
Room for
He does
Mordorin by
not
himself. I'm kidding.
Lamine is not terribly surprised.
That
I don't know if
doesn't
she was
happen
like,
before.
I don't know if she was like quite expecting it, but there's precedence. But okay, it sounds like Morden and Lamine are gonna be rooming together.
Yep. That
I knew it was
perfect
coming.
statement.
Fantastic.
Yasha looking to Chiron like, those two are always together. I don't understand.
I get it. Primal instinct.
Oh my god.
I'm so glad about this character, Zach.
I need you to say that to Mordorin because that will mortify him, and I love it.
Well, he I don't know if Mortar would hear it, but it's Yasha will point this to Chiron after like Lamine and Mortar go in the same room together. It's just like, they're always doing that.
Doing what?
Oh,
The primal instinct?
well, I don't know about that, but Mortar never leaves Lamine's side. It's kind of strange. Just
They would
thinking about
probably-
this.
They would probably make a good offspring.
What would you like that?
Yasha nods. He goes, "Is that so? That's what this is."
Oh God,
That's
poverty
okay.
will be.
You want to
Fine,
mortify
fine,
Lamine? That's how
fine.
you do it.
I'm gonna get more stew.
Yasha will
Poverty is
mention,
yeeting
Yasha
itself
will
out of
mention
this
this later.
conversation.
Okay, so that's room 1. You got room 2 and 3. How you the rest of you guys splitting them?
I wouldn't want to sleep alone.
I want to sleep alone. I'm going to sleep outside a room. I already slept today. I only need 4 hours of sleep.
Oh
Me
my
too. High five.
Yeah.
self solidarity.
Knowing that it's either Yasha or Poverty or Kyron gets their own room, and knowing that Poverty probably is untrustworthy of Kyron, Yasha will be like, "Is it if she doesn't mind, he'll stay in her room."
Sleep under the floor.
Wait, who's staying in whose room?
Well, there's 2 rooms left and 3 people: Poverty, Yasha, and Kyron. And Yasha kind of picks up on Poverty's kind of like standoffish nature. So he
Okay.
offers to just stay in Poverty's room or something like that.
If it's all the same to you, I really don't mind staying out here.
I don't think our host will allow that.
I look at Tessa's still there, right?
Yeah, Tessa's cleaning up and Viko's having a bowl.
I
What,
looked
right?
at Tessa, waiting for her to acknowledge our conversation.
Of what? Primal instinct?
Sleeping in the hallway.
Oh,
Yeah, she knows about that too.
Jesus. Tessa objects. She's just like, you guys are getting a room. He's like, I didn't spend like 2 weeks moving things around just for you to sleep in my hallway.
Well, neither did I, but here we are.
You're getting paid for this.
Well,
You're getting paid?
Since you put it that way, I guess I'll have to oblige you by taking one of these rooms.
How gracious.
She's like, thank you.
As an aside, Lamina's gonna help with the dishes because it was irking her. Saw the dishes was like,
Kyron goes to his room, lays on the floor on his back,
you know, whatever works for you, dude.
Jesus. Okay.
with his eyes open.
God damn it.
Suke.
Yep.
Nice. Everyone's weird.
Fit
That's
right
just
in.
how elves
You
sleep,
fit-
man.
You fit right in. Just add to the dysfunction.
This is
Hell yeah.
welcome to the family.
Oh my.
Oh,
Family stuff.
Kyron,
100%.
Kyron isn't the older brother. He's the weird uncle.
I'll take that.
Kyron
I'm
is
okay with
actually
that.
weird uncle.
Yeah, I will accept this.
I'm totally okay with that.
He's the weird uncle of the family.
It'll be fine as long as mom and dad don't know.
Oh God.
God. Yeah, let me know. Take off all of her armor and
Joshua will explore the room, or rather, the
like
check the
actual house.
confines of the tiny room.
I guess that's right.
How are these rooms set up, by the way?
Well, if you want to compare it to the Golden Home, they really don't stack up.
Well,
We're not really
Um,
expecting.
not comparatively. I mean, what are the dimensions and stuff like the logistics of
They're
roof
not
space and such?
they're not very big rooms. There's enough space for 2 beds and about a shoulder's width between each other. There's not like I said, there's not a lot of space. There
I
is
see.
one
Good,
small
2
window. Yeah,
Thank
room for
God.
2. I mean, it's accommodated so that enough of you guys, there's space.
Sorry, Morden and Lamine, you only get 1 queen size bed.
Oh no.
You could put them together; it'll be fine.
Morden will do his damnedest to just shove one of the beds in the corner as far away from Levine as possible.
What's Mortarin shoving?
Primal instinct, of course.
Oh my god.
Primal
Oh,
instinct.
Lord.
But fucking knowing Lamine, she might just push the bed all the way to the other side too and be like, damn it.
She's gonna pull the bed back while he's on it. Like, no.
No.
Yeah. You've probably
Why?
got between the 2 beds, you've probably got about 10 feet between the 2 in the space between the 2 beds, and then about like another 5.
Pretty good.
Yeah, another 5 feet from like the other wall, and there's like a place where you could put up your clothes and stuff, and just like your other various items, and like a little desk room essentially.
Yeah.
Are there hangers?
Yeah, you can hang things, and there's like a little makeshift closet.
Are they metal hangers?
Coat hangers, yeah.
They're metal.
Oh no.
I'm gonna make one into a Jimmy in case I need to break out of the
Dusty
door.
juice.
He asked about metal. I'm
Oh
like, that thing's
my
gonna get
lord.
destroyed.
Is there a window in my room?
I knew
Each
it.
of you
I
have
got
a window, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna block the window with one of the beds, and I'm gonna barricade the door with the other bed.
Lovely.
Oh my god.
I'm sure only Vika will
Hell.
probably have a problem with that. Because Vika tends to use the windows. As
Alright.
as you may have witnessed from taking a notice when he, didn't use the door to come home.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
I have
What
a
spell-
fish coming at him if he enters Lamin's room through the window one night.
Mm.
I'm just saying.
Getting a bop.
Like,
Should I set a trap?
Oh
my
my
God.
god.
Yes.
Hell yeah. You know
Hmm.
what's funny? Mortar probably would like this guy. Be like, you're extra cautious in a place that you don't know. You know what? You're right.
cautious is
Hold on.
putting
I
it
have.
mildly. I think paranoia might be a more appropriate term.
Oh, you're paranoid too? Even better. Welcome to the club.
Oh shit! I forgot to mention that I have a flail. I have some
Maybe we
rope.
You have a flail too, great.
Maybe we should stick the elves together.
No,
Nope.
that sounds like a terrible idea. That
Yeah.
actually sounds like a terrible idea.
Even Kyron says no.
They'll weaponize the room.
So how big's yours?
God.
In any case, it's spacious enough, but it's definitely not that. It's I guess calling it spacious isn't really the right word.
It's pretty nice for a Motel 6.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
We've had
fine.
worse.
It's yeah, it's definitely it's like a Motel 6, honestly. Each room.
Yasha will go back out to Tessa though and kind of get her attention. Like, where's all the plants?
She points out to one of the windows. You can see some potted plants hanging on the windowsill.
Ah,
On a little thing.
he almost said it, but that's all.
Yeah, we don't really have a lot of stuff that grows here that isn't like planted up
Depression.
in the sky.
Yeah, Yasha will be back. Leaves.
Oh fuck.
You'll. Well. You know what? As long as you come back, that's fine.
I think I have soap in my backpack.
Oh my
good,
God.
We're gonna need that for Yasha later.
Screams.
For any more scenes, just Atlantis. He's mole hissing at the soap.
Right.
I have soap.
I'm not afraid to use it.
Hisses. Yeah. I mean, just gonna start doing actual housekeeping. Going around. Actual
You'll kind
housekeeping.
of help clean up.
Yeah.
Tessa insists that you don't have to.
She insists that well,
You must.
she wants to.
Thou must.
I'm also gonna
Mostly
share this
disregards
real
it.
quick
She's
too.
like, I expect that, but I want.
Also,
And she's not taking no for an answer.
Well, she hesitantly thanks you. She's just like, you really don't have to, but thank you. By the way, here are the two. I'll just post this up here. Then I'm also gonna bring it up onto the stream real quick. But that's Mike
Okay,
and Tessa.
You know what? That's cute.
At least an old art piece from, oh god, like 7 years back.
A
6
while
years
back.
A while back.
Yeah.
A while.
Courtesy of Mari, because Tessa is actually Mari's character.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember
I remembered that picture.
I'm gonna be a bee.
all right. Speaking of which, since Yasha did step out, he will be looking for a shop that sells plants.
Um,
I'm sure there must be a florist or something.
Go ahead and make me
Well, he is also out of Zelen, but still.
investigation at a disadvantage.
Oh boy. It's a good roll. An 8.
An 8. You are
Damn.
you are fortunate to find your way back, but unsuccessful to have found anything as you waltz about through the crowded cities of Broznov and find no florist.
Tragic.
Yeah.
He is undeterred.
You are
Although,
you are lucky enough to
although-
find yourself back though, but you almost feel like you lost your bearing for a moment.
Maybe I should ask Tessa if there's any florists.
Mm.
Which he will do. He'll go back inside and ask, and then after having fucking lost himself, he's like, is there florists around here?
She
Pet shop?
she looks over and she's like, she sort of shakes her head, and then she's like, well, I think there's a vendor, but he tends to go during Broznov day hours to the subsector B. So I should probably get around to explaining a bit. Each of the sectors of Broznov is split into 4 minor sectors: the primary and A through B, which are fairly large areas. It's almost weird to describe it, but I would say that this place is several cities inside a bigger city, each with its own establishment and speciality. Here in the toolbox, it's more geared towards inventors, creators, thought groups, and patent workers, specialties. So you won't be really finding any florists here. The Hanging Garden has plenty of plant life that you can find, but that's not close. But there is a florist vendor that tends to travel from sector to sector here.
Okay.
If you really want to keep your eye out, I'll I can tell you when he'll pop up next, but I think he's in area B right now.
How far is that?
Several hours worth of travel on foot.
Oh, he deflates.
Yeah. It's something you're probably gonna have to either take a cart if it's not too crowded, or the train for. Which you are going to have to learn how to use the train.
What is a train?
You know those carts that you rode in on?
Yeah.
Imagine that, but it doesn't really have it has its own special road it can't leave, and it goes really fast.
I see.
Like my determination.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
Yes.
Much to the means displeasure, I'll probably try to climb on top of it later, but for now.
Great.
In any case, he is saddened by this, but accepts it. He probably takes out the. He at least asks if she has potting soil, or soil of any kind.
She does say that she has a spare little pot with some soil in it, and she says you can have it if you have a plant that you want to have for later.
Yeah, he probably just takes out a bunch of herbs that actually can grow again by planting them and sticks those in the pot. So he has something. This will be the first of many pots.
Oh boy.
In any case, feel free to just relax for now. Vico is gonna have a little nap, but once he's done, he'll be able to show you guys around the city if you'd like, or you're welcome to just exploring the city on your own. If you do go out again, which don't do that again, by the way, without this, and she hands you a little marker piece. It ain't much, but this kind of functions like those letters that Caiaphas likes to use, if you're familiar with his little pranks. And she points it, and she hands it to you, and it's essentially like, it's almost like business card, and it's got a red arrow that just points in a random direction. However, as she sort of turns it around, the arrow motions itself, it readjusts itself to the motion. So, it's this little thing is fixed to the house. So if you're ever in need of if you ever get lost, just follow the arrow back. I would advise taking the most direct routes, but this should at least help you from leaving the city's the toolbox by accident.
I see.
Yeah. Toolbox primary can be a big place, so this at least keep you within primary's sector. Anything past that, and well, uh,
Out of luck.
you might be out of luck. So, you know, like I said, however best to get your bearings. You can wait for Vico for a little while, or you can if you guys are all rested up, you can go off and do your own little adventure.
Nods. All right.
So you guys have some downtime.
Hooray!
Downtime.
Yep, to
Downtime.
get yourselves adjusted. Feel free to interact with each other, interact with Vico and Tessa. I know you just did, Yasha.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but no flower shops.
No.
This deflates the Yasha.
There's a vendor, but no shop.
I eat more stew.
Hell yeah.
Is there more stew to eat?
Yep, there is more stew. Vico is eating, and you also see Kyron.
I need to meet my 15,000 calorie a day
Oh,
budget.
budget.
Word.
Mortar's first order is to move the bed again.
I also move my beds.
In a different manner.
Lamine
Right.
doesn't actually interrupt you, by the way. See. Oh, she doesn't interrupt Mordrin.
Yay! Mordrin has gained +1 point. It sits happily on the bed.
Is Yasha hanging around in the common area?
For now.
Lamine is amused,
But
but
he looks like he's about to leave again soon.
Oh shit, that reminds me. Well, I guess I gotta do the thing that I promised I do if we had downtime, so... Now that Mordrin is pleased, he will have to leave and go find Yasha.
That's not very far. He's in the common area.
Yeah. Yeah, the kitchen, the den, and the dining area are all kind of like one area. That's like, there's no doorways. It's just like one. It's a common area. Yeah.
Mordrin just strolls up literally up to Yasha as he's eating his stew. And he's just like, you know what? For the past few weeks, I've been trying so hard to figure out how the hell to say this. So I'm just gonna be blunt. Where are you from?
Yasha looks at him and is like, the north. You know,
Yeah, but
I
north
slurp.
north of Valvadiri, I think.
yes, but you're not exactly. Okay, no, not phrasing it that way because oh boy.
He
You're not
just tilts
exactly
his head. He's like, he's like, it's okay, Mordrin. I don't think I'll get upset by anything you say right now.
I don't think you have the capacity to get upset. If I'm honest.
He doesn't he doesn't really fully understand it, but he just looks at you.
Okay.
I slurp my stew,
He's just like,
enjoying the conversation.
Yeah? It's just like, look, you've had seemingly no interactions with people, yet somehow you're still alive.
Yasha wonders that sometimes too, you know. And then he thinks about it. What do you mean by that? Just like,
Jesus Christ.
this loud
Mordrin just
slurping.
looks at Chiron, just,
But they say that you need parents, yeah? And that's like a mom and dad.
Yes.
Yasha's fucking. He is deep in thought.
he's getting the big chunks in.
Yeah, like
Oh.
you've actually rarely seen him think this hard. And strangely enough, suddenly he seems to look like he's crying without his facial expression changing.
Oh.
You do to him, Morton.
Oh no!
You made him cry.
Oh no! Yeah, Mortar's just taken aback and just like, Yasha, are you okay?
Yeah, and he realizes this, and then he just kind of like looks at it, like he touches it, he looks at it, he's kind of confused by it, and he just seems to like kind of have that standoffish look, like sometimes this happens and I don't know why. It's whenever I think of a strange lady I don't know about that has brown hair, kind of look like Yasha.
Aww.
Mortarin just holds up a finger, goes back to Lamin's room, opens up the door. Lamin, I might have fucked up. Please help me.
Levine's just like arranging her armor.
Yeah. Mortarin doesn't swear, so the fact that he said that he fucked up is like.
I fucked up.
Explain? I'm.
Yasha's crying.
Hurries out. Like,
Lamin's like, what?
Nice.
he's just like definitely surprised and a bit concerned, like he's crying.
Yes,
Heads out.
that doesn't happen.
Yeah. Yep.
Is he still?
And it's that weird juxtaposition of him not having any particular emotion on his face, but there are tears rolling down his face.
Oh dear.
Oh,
I'm glad you're enjoying that stew.
slurps.
It's pretty good. You want some?
In a moment.
Mom and Dad are
I'm
kind
a
of
bit
busy.
busy.
Right
There
now.
there's a
All right, Yasha, do you want some?
I'm kind of full right now.
Tess is
All
just
right.
like, hey, Kyron, can you eat a little bit?
Sorry, what?
Read the room a little.
You do hug Yasha though, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
Levine very much hugs him.
oh,
Like-
okay. I'm making some secret rolls here.
Oh boy.
Let's see. How do I best interpret this? He seems to accept it for a bit, but then he starts pushing you away, and he looks like he's in pain now. He's like, oh, my head hurts really bad.
What is happening?
Mm,
Hmm.
Wait, what are you
And
doing
he-
on the bed again? Get off my bed.
Yeah, and he's just like, don't hug me right now. It hurts my head for some reason.
Oh.
But he's doing his best to
dear.
deal with the pain. But yeah,
I'll get you. I'll make something for you. If I can find the materials, I'll make you a tea. How does that sound?
that sounds good.
Oh.
He's not sad, which is weird. He's not really expressing anything, but he's clearly in like headache or something.
I don't know if maybe this is something that you can tell me, Luke. Lamine is skilled at both reading people and reading like ailments.
Yeah,
Is there like something that she might be able to get out of it?
I would assume that what was it? Depending on what was it? It would depend because this is not a physical ailment.
Yeah,
of
that's
any
where
sorts.
that's where the insight comes in.
Yeah,
Because she's trained in insight and medicine,
I
but
would
she
say.
also doesn't really have context for what just happened.
Yeah. Well, let's see. From what the situation can gather, he is neither like most people's faces would contort when they're crying or in pain. None of that's actually really happening. He just kind of looks confused at his own emotions. He is currently still crying, and he's got a bad headache, so you can only assume that this must be some sort of psychological trauma of sorts.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
However, unfortunately, you know, you can't tell if. I mean, not even Asha knows why it's happening. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
He needs therapy.
Some goddamn magic.
yeah, I bet you it's the
Don't
druids.
we all need
Them
therapy?
druids.
God.
I bet this is the druids' fault.
Lemmy's doing pretty okay.
Should call this party trauma bond.
We all became a
Good lord.
dysfunctional family because we all need fucking therapy.
Yeah. Yasha will lay down though because he's having a headache. A pretty bad one, but
Unfortunately, I think Lemmy is coming to the conclusion that whatever is the problem here, it's not something that can be solved with
not
medicine.
so easily. Yeah.
He just needs to make him comfortable. Get him back to the point where like he can like
Yeah.
operate.
Murderer just looks at Chiron just like, sorry? To interrupt your dinner.
Burps.
Good.
It's all right. Did you want some?
I'm fine.
All right.
Yasha will say one more thing though. He's like, when I think of the brown-haired lady, sometimes it, things happen and it hurts so bad I pass out. Don't know why.
I'd call that heartache.
Yeah,
That's what it sounds like to me.
He doesn't understand it, but he just accepts it.
Funny enough, neither does Mordorin. that's one thing they can that both Yasha and Mordorin can attest to. What the hell is heartache?
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
Don't worry about it.
Uh-oh.
No, thinking. Lemine is thinking.
Yeah. Yasha does, he's like, well, sorry, Mordrin, I don't know much more than that. I just know I come from the north, and I think Yasha mom must be a brown-haired lady. But that's all I remember.
That's completely fine. You just lie down.
Yeah, you should probably go take a nap or something.
Take a nap.
Mr.
Yasha's like-
DM.
Oh.
Would it be possible for me to? Oh goodness. Does Tessa know where I can find lavender, or if she
Lavender?
has lavender? I want to make lavender tea.
Lavender tea.
Yep.
She happens to have some on hand.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah. No,
I'm gonna start
you won't
getting
find
some
a better
lavender tea.
expert with tea than Tessa. At the mention of it, she turns around and pops a pantry, and there's just tea. It's just,
Tea.
it's
Tea for
So
days.
glad.
it's
She's
just,
like,
it's just
Mordorin might need
Thank
one
you.
too.
stacked.
start making lavender tea for Yasha.
Mordorin might need one too after hearing all of this.
He's like, whoo, what did I just open?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yasha?
Hmm?
Maybe not. Definitely not now, I think. But would you be up to talking with me more about all of this?
Yasha will try. He's interested. I'm interested too.
Hey, Tessa,
Yeah.
you got anything else to drink around here?
Tea.
Well,
I'm not asking for no booze. I just need something to kind of, quench my thirst.
water will help. We got plenty
Sure.
of that. Lots of fresh water. The good stuff. too.
Sure, I'll take that.
So.
Does anybody else want something?
I'm good.
Mordorin's already walking back into the room and moving Lamine's bed onto the other side of the wall.
Why are you moving my bed?
More distance.
God.
What the heck?
Poverty. Anything you do?
You go back and there's more like grinding noises of furniture being moved, and Lemmy's like, "What the heck is going on in there
What the fuck is
now?"
going on over there?
Instead of a 10-foot space, there's a 20-foot space now.
Oh my
Poverty's
there ain't
just,
no more
just
than that.
getting,
Hmm?
Poverty's just getting settled in
Okay.
the room.
Just
Um,
pickaxe the door down. Or the wall down.
As soon as she's done doing that, she's gonna knock on Mortarin's door.
You just see him just like pushing Lamine's death
Yeah,
on the other side of the wall.
10
He's
feet
like,
is-
"Whisper."
10
Doors
feet is
didn't even-
all you get because that's the wall you're pushing it into.
Yeah, basically.
You're not gonna be pushing it anymore, unless you want to
Yeah.
push her like 5 feet to the other side of the wall and then maybe like close off the fucking closet. Unless you like want to
Just-
stuff the bed into the closet. You're like you sleep in there.
Just pickaxe the wall down, make
But
more
yeah,
room.
Mortar just looks over at Poverty. Oh, what's up?
in the middle of rearranging the room.
Yeah, it's clear that Mortar is like, okay, I mean, you get your bed, I get my bed. We're not gonna be anywhere near each other.
See,
I was
you
gonna
see
be-
Mortarin just putting a little chalk line as like my side, your side.
We stay well away.
Starts building up like a little tiny wall of like things made of like clothes and cushions and pillows.
But yeah, yes, Poverty. How can I help you?
You and Lamine fighting already.
What?
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it.
Tragedy.
You just see Mortar just look flabbergasted at it, just like, no, just. I just don't need I don't need people thinking that I'm going to be doing anything with Lamine other than we're sleeping in the same room.
Never mind that. I was wondering if you had parchment and
He
something
does.
to write with.
He does. He just kind of goes over to his bag and he gives you some piece of parchment. He's like, "What do you need this for?"
I'd like to start journaling.
Oh. Does he have an
I
journal? I don't.
After all this is over, or if I die, I want to make sure that Ophelia knows what I've been up to.
Morton just kind of like gives a frown at that, and he's just like, "Well, fortunately, I am the realist, kind of the realist of the group. It's just like, oh, I would say that you're not going to die, but well, there's always a chance for that. So, well,
We all die eventually.
that is true.
Except that guy. That guy over there.
Yeah, except for that
Apparently
guy.
not this
apparently.
That guy.
That guy will
Fuck that
live
guy.
forever.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck you. You don't get death. You have to live.
And he works at a 7-Eleven for the rest of eternity.
Speaking of,
This reminds me of a
speaking
conversation I had with Bun when we played Blade and Soul. If I had to pick one person to save in this group before tragedy struck, I know who I wouldn't save.
God damn.
But that's neither here
but yeah,
nor there.
speaking about that Poverty, if you were to ever get in possession of the sword that Lamine is currently carrying, please don't use it to actually level the city. I hope I don't need to say it, but I'm going to say it
Yeah.
just in case.
It was just in case.
It's what the city needs, but
You sound like
I'm-
my brother.
I'm going nowhere near that sword.
That's a relief to hear, but nevertheless, think about it this way: if you were to level the entire city, sure you'll get a lot of the corrupted people, but well, imagine if Ophelia was still here. Not to mention my family is still here. Would you be able to use a sword consciously knowing that all of that is in this city?
Mortarin, I flew through the air, and all I knew next was destruction.
You didn't get launched.
I'm never touching that again.
I mean, he did teleport.
You did kind of
teleported
teleport,
forward.
but you didn't get launched.
In Poverty's mind, it might have been flying though.
Yeah.
That's true.
Tantamount
Probably
to.
like flying.
I see.
Okay. That's fair. That did seem like a scary experience for you.
Poverty looks down, and her eyes go wide as she's reliving that moment and starting to disassociate.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah. Morden just kind of winces and brings Property into a hug, a much needed hug.
Morden's given everyone the problems today.
He is, and he feels
Sure.
terrible for it.
She looks shocked and like because it breaks her out of it, and she just pats Mordarin on the back.
He doesn't let go, and he's just like, and that was still my fault, and I will blame myself till the end of my days for that.
Hey, Tessa.
Well,
Sorry. I thought you guys were done. Go ahead.
Yes, Kyron.
No. They're still doing their thing.
Having a moment. Hang on. I'll wait.
In the moment. Okay.
They're having a moment.
Little dad and son, or daughter.
Daughter.
Father, daughter.
You already had your son moment.
And I fucked that up.
You opened a gate. You have no idea what the hell it goes to.
well, it wasn't all bad. There was a chance I could have eradicated Jin.
Of course you did. Comment on that.
Wishful
Morden
thinking.
has no comments on that because he fucking deserved that, and he knows it. Well, whatever helps you to cope with
Motivation.
that. I'm sure
Motivational
what-
poster. Imagine eradicating Jin.
Yep, but yeah, as
It'll
I
happen
promised.
sooner or later. I promise.
Oh Jesus Christ, poor Jin. Well,
Don't
not poor
pity
Jin,
the
fucking-
guy.
Pity him.
Don't
Wait a
pity
minute.
him. He wouldn't want that.
Even Jin doesn't want that.
Now we're gonna pity him.
Oh, he doesn't want it. Pity him.
Yeah, just like that's why I gave Lamine the sword instead of you. I know that you're proficient in rapiers, but you also are not even I would want you to relive that again.
But
More than that.
yeah, I want to leave something for Ophelia, and I want her to know the reason why I'm not with her right now.
That is understandable.
So thank you for this.
Of course, and he will let go of her. I already fucked up one child. I don't need to fuck up the other.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think that he's the one who fucked him up.
No.
It's Jin's fault.
Poverty will go back to her room.
Yeah. And now, how about more of that stew?
More
Hey,
stew.
Tessa.
Yes. Tessa's audibly like, what now?
Irritated.
Not irritated,
Lamine
but
is
she's
dusting in the
her,
background.
Just
her
like,
patience is sounding short now. She's like, yes.
Is there access to the roof here? And is there anything to see at the top of this treehouse here?
Before she has a moment to say no, Vico cuts in. He says, "Actually, yes. There's you can use the window here, and you can use the escape
Whoa.
access." And Tessa's like, "No, don't use the escape access. That's for fires."
Oh no, don't tell Yasha that. He'll fucking scuttle up there like a crab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vico's just
Hold
like,
on.
"I know this city like a big old jungle gym. I can show you all
Wait.
the ins and outs."
Wait a minute. We have a wizard here, right?
We do.
Mordrin.
Ostensibly,
Alright.
yeah.
Hi, yes. That's
Do you know? Is Mordorin like within earshot of me?
No, he's in the room right now. So,
If you shout
Well,
loud
it's not
enough,
that big
you'll
of a
hear.
house.
you have to shout loud enough.
Yeah.
It is not a very big house, so.
So, yeah.
Hey, Mordorin.
Murder just like, who the fuck is calling? Oh, right. He just peeks out of the room, just like, Yes, that's my name.
Do you think you could set a small fire right here?
He just
Lamine,
looks at you with a
Lamine
little
walks
raised
up.
brow.
Lamine walks up behind Chiron and baps him with the duster. Do not light fires inside a building, please.
I'm
And
just
walks-
trying to negotiate with Tessa here. She says I can't use the ladder unless there's a fire.
Well,
Raise the duster threateningly.
Tessa is just like, do not start fires in my house.
Well then let me get to the roof, please.
Mortar just kind of narrows his eyes and he just says, I don't have magic that has fire in it.
Ah, my mistake then.
He pulls out a torch.
You just see
Why
you
would
just
you
see
have-
her muttering like, oh my god, where does Syphus find these people?
Good question.
Alright, so anyway, I'm gonna climb the ladder.
Yep, just as Vico explains, out the window there's a little escape ladder you can climb up, like a fire access ladder.
Yep, I climb up the ladder to get to the roof. I mutter to myself, only thing this party's missing is a damn pinata.
Mortar just kind of mutters as he sees Chiron just climbing up the ladder. I probably should hold person him. That's a
Probably.
wasted spell.
You really shouldn't hold person while they're in the middle of doing a dangerous action. That'll get them
Or
killed.
like
Yeah.
he sees him starting to climb, he's just like, I should hold person him before he does. Nah, it's a wasted spell.
Lamine's just like, great, we have two of them.
I get to the top of the roof. What time of day is it?
It's hard to tell, but
Yeah.
because of the
Broznov night, isn't it? Because it just ended.
It's Broznov Day.
Oh, it's
that's,
Broznov Day?
Yeah, Broznov Day. The engines, the fucking mountain just blew up, so it's Broznov Day.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Broznov night. I thought they blew
Nope.
up as in, like, it turned.
No, it powered up. It just,
Okay.
gets blindingly bright for like a few seconds, and then it just like daytime.
Settles. I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
The rooftop is just a flat top roof. It's not a particularly tall building compared to the rest of the city's buildings. To compare it, it's very much hold on, where is it? Actually, I have a perfect. No, not you.
Lol.
Did I close that tab? I must have.
Lol.
Yeah. That's the ground floor. Was it this? Nope. Okay, we'll go with this. You can stay there for now. But yeah. But yeah, it's a lot of buildings crammed together. You can't really. It looks like a lot of various buildings kind of, crammed together. A lot of steps and balconies. The top of the roof is a very flattened top, only cordoned off by a crosswire fence that is, about 10 feet tall out. Clearly, it's meant to keep people from, climbing onto the roof by other means outside of the access, the fire access.
Mm-hmm.
That aside, there's not too much to see outside of the tops of other roofs, made of various materials of corrugated metal, or other parts of the. Oh my God, why is it playing this? Jesus Christ.
Why isn't it?
Outside of that, yeah, corrugated metal, sloped temple rooftops, and other cross-wired fenced off roofs can be spotted for miles across. Only, of course, to be parts of your vision flanked off by other even taller buildings than yours. You can get a fairly clear view of the streets below, as you see the hustle and bustle of hundreds of people passing up and down the streets from the outside the house. And it's an interesting view. Various, as I've mentioned, earthly tones and on the industrial palette kind of canvas the cityscape, all sort of bathed in a rather golden orange hue from the mountain's light. You can see in the distance some of the sparkling lights of some of the areas of like various attractions such as bars and inns and things of that nature further down the road. And of course, there's just hundreds and hundreds of signs advertising various things. Whether it's like, a place to stay at or other services and goods that they're selling, transportation's advertised, and yeah.
So I'm gonna take my longsword and stab it into the roof, and tie myself to the sword with a rope.
Oh,
Oh shit!
okay.
What the hell?
Are there drugs in your world?
That's an objective rather type of question. What do you mean by drugs?
May I elect to pull out a cigarette?
Oh yeah, there's cigarettes.
Yeah. Okay.
No, he's gonna
cigarettes.
bust out a crack pipe.
It's just like I'm just gonna stick my sword to the ground and carve up a line of weed, or not weed, a cocaine, and just start huffing it.
Light up my my ciggy,
Yep.
and I swing the flame on the match out, kind of toss it to the side, taking a big puff, and just do a big old exasperated.
Yep.
It's as ugly as the day I got here.
Yep. There's definitely no shortage of noise around either, but it seems all kind of distant as you hear the roar of a train passing by near one of the overpasses that almost eclipse over you.
I attempt to keen my ears to listen to whatever is happening around us, or as close to us as possible. If possible, I'd like to pay attention to any other conversations that are happening below me between my party mates.
I'm just gonna listen to what they're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since clearly I am a stain on the common room, I might as well just take my presence elsewhere.
Wow.
Yep. Insert Mortar no mean arguing about something.
Yeah, they're probably arguing about something.
Make me a perception check.
Who, me?
Yes, as you will be.
Well, it means cleaning.
Go, old man, go.
Still arguing somehow.
What you got?
It's a perception, right?
Yep, perception. So
Let's see
D20
if
plus
I
your
did this
perception
right.
skill.
Boom.
You're not cleaning well enough.
Let's have
Excuse
a look.
me?
I'm just kidding.
Alright. Oh, you're able to pretty much catch a lot of what the others are saying.
Immediately offended.
Excuse me?
I'm kidding. He would never.
Yeah, we just want to dust you to the
Oh.
face.
All you get is you miss the spot, and then that's it. Just
Throw the duster at him. And he's walking away, just bonk.
That's probably something Mortar would say. Just quietly strolls in a room and you miss the spot.
gets bapped by the duster.
So yeah.
Chiron chuckles to himself and just whispers to himself, "Sexual frustration ain't nothing to be ashamed of."
Wow!
Gordon feels very offended for some reason, very suddenly.
Just starts sneezing uncontrollably and being offended.
Gordon sneezes.
Let's see. I rolled really well.
Might actually,
So,
because he just got a duster to the face.
Yasha rolled really well. So in fact, he'll probably drink the lavender thing, and he's already all better. And he's gonna probably he's gonna go for a stroll, try to get a lay of the land.
Let's see. So you're gonna go for a stroll. Poverty, is there anything you're gonna be doing?
Poverty's just writing
Okay, so you'll be writing
everything that's been leading up thus far.
So I guess it's just gonna be mostly the exchange between Lamine
The
and
partners.
Mortarin.
The bickering of the two, the wife and husband.
Yeah.
You do catch a
Wait.
little bit of conversation between
The honeymooners.
Oh my god.
you do catch a little bit of conversation between Vico and Tessa as well, which are a lot more amicable in comparison. Whereas
Lamine and Mordorin is mostly Lamine ragging on Mordorin.
yeah, whereas you hear Vico and Tessa, and them being an actual couple is a bit more. I wouldn't say too contrasting, but in a lot of ways contrasting, in which you hear a lot of Vico sweet talking and Tessa being like, "Stop it."
Mm-hmm.
Versus bicker.
Yeah, bickering between the two, and then there's Vico just being very nice and very like sweet talking, and then Tessa being like, "Stop it,
Adorable.
stop it, go take your nap."
I chuckled to myself again. See, that's how it's supposed to be.
Oh my god.
Is it possible for me to relay my my perception check to not necessarily keep an eye on Yasha, but take notice that he's leaving?
You do hear and kind of look over, and you see him climbing down the stairs. You're able to
All
kind
right.
of lean over, and you can see the ramp that leads down to the ground floor.
Yeah, I want my eyes to follow him for as long as they can. I'm not gonna like chase him or anything like that. I just want to take
Yeah.
note of the direction that he's going.
Which way are you going? So the road leads north-south. So you can either go north or south as it winds. It begins to snake out in both directions.
He doesn't have a direction, so let's roll for it, I guess.
Yep.
Where's a D2?
D100 it is.
Yeah,
Excellent.
D100. I rolled odds, so he goes south.
All right, you'll go south. What? Anything you're looking for?
Nope.
Just exploring.
And just exploring, and if nobody stops him, God forbid, he might try to climb a building or two.
There's no one around to stop him.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If no civilians or Tetsu guard are like, hey, you can't go up there, he's gonna go up there.
Yeah.
And it's not hard because he'll fucking leap up a story if he has to, kind of thing.
Monk things.
Monk things.
Puff puff. Have fun, young lad.
Young one. But he basically wants to survey the city and get a feel for it so he doesn't get lost, at least as easily. Because this is might as well be a new forest to him, just made of concrete.
Okay. So you're just gonna go around and getting a feel for the quote unquote forest
Yeah, it's a concrete forest
of sorts.
of sorts.
A little upbeat, but sure, we'll go with that. Let's see. What will you come across?
An angry man in a Porsche.
Really is
Okay.
accurate.
So for the most part, you kind of pass around the southern winding streets. You see a collection of stall vendors, people who are selling various like little snacks and foods. You see you see people kind of sitting up on the stoops of buildings, sort of sitting and crouched and just sort of watching, just people watching, while other people are of course, just sort of like having exchanges, either friendly or not so friendly. You see a Tetsu guard sort of you pass by a Tetsu guard who's, I say rather loosely, making casual conversation, and by that he's rather, giving rather, aggressive questions to, an individual who's, looking more and more nervous as this conversation continues.
Casual interrogation.
Yep. The Tetsu guard is with it's a pair of guards that are just that are more or less interrogating this guy on the street. And as you pass through, you suddenly hear the casual shouting of the two Tetsu guard, and as you kind of take a glance over, you see one of the Tetsu guard quite literally pinning the guy up against the wall, and he's just like, "All right, you're coming with us." Like, "No, come on, man." He's like, I told you you'll pay the fines. Like, yeah, you'll take it up with the captain.
Oh, bad people.
And you see the guy pretty much just like slap him in manacles, and
No, please.
the other, yeah, he's pretty much just like, come on, I know it's a fine, but I'll pay it. And yeah, the guards are quickly to apprehend and just start hauling the guy off.
Now the Tetsu guard, those
Yeah.
guys are like wolves. Jesus.
aside
That
from
poor
that,
sap.
yeah. Aside from that, there isn't really much else going on. You have your path kind of crisscross, pass through a crisscross of alleyways. However, so it splits east and west, and along with south. Which way do you wish to go?
East?
East. Alrighty.
East.
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 The Beastie
Nice.
Boys.
So the alleyway you pass through begins to snake and become narrower, and it feels less of a road, and quite literally, it just feels like the back alleys area. It almost feels a bit labyrinthine. And another turn here and there, and you're coming across a rather cramped gridiron of buildings, where there's not much room. There's about 10 feet of space, and you catch glimpses of like people sort of sitting or standing, like squatting or standing around in like little huddled circles. Some of them, as you're passing through the alleyway, kind of shoot glances and almost kind of size you up a little bit. And as you pass through, one particular group does kind of, as soon as you get close, like fan out from their little corner to sort of block your way, and one of them kind of eyes you up and says, "Where do you think you're going?"
Around.
You're like, "Oh, around, huh? Funny guy, right, guys?" And some of the other guys kind of goof on and chuckle. The other dude just kind of stops and glares at you, and he's like, "This is our territory. How about you beat it?"
He will. He actually is. He's just like, oh, okay. Clearly unaware. Not from around here, and clearly not looking for toys. Just like, oh, okay. Turns around and walks away.
These guys are almost a little stunned, like, wow.
He's like, yeah. He's like,
just
beat it.
turns
All right.
Beat it. Oh, okay. They're actually kind of stunned, and they're like, "Wait, hold on." Wait, hold on. You just stepped into our turf. You can't just walk out like that. We might have told you to beat it, but there's a fine for that. Now pay up.
You ever just limp dick a
And then
ganker?
he like scratches his head and thinks, like, so, well, is there no fine if I stay here?
Hell yes, go Yasha, go!
Make a charisma check.
Yasha clearly confused.
Lamine, not Lamine. Yasha
Yeah.
pulled the Lamine thing she did at the camp, where it's just like,
Oh
you know
my
what?
God. I'm so
You know what,
glad
this is-
Lamine has not introduced us as her boyfriends yet.
Right?
Yeah, that has not happened
Yet.
yet.
DM.
A 13.
A 13.
Convince him that, you know what, this isn't worth it.
He's like, yo, what the fuck is this kid on?
The other goons kind of like the leader of these goons clearly is just like dumbfounded. The other goons are just like,
I want to point out that
you know
Yasha
what,
is
boss?
equally dumbfounded.
They're just like, "You know what, boss? I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it on this one." And they're just like, "All right, you caught me out of good mood today." And he's just like, "You're clearly too stupid to be here. Get back that way." And he points it back in the direction you came from. And he's just like, "If I catch you again, though, I'm gonna beat you like a piñata until all your coins come out."
Hey, that's my line.
And then he thinks about this. What's a pinata?
Before they're able to get another confused response, the leader just barks another, "Get out!"
Yasha leaves. He's like, okay, jeez. All right, fine. So pushy. These city people sure are pushy and don't know what they want.
Beta.
Oh, that was amazing.
What's up?
At this point, how long has he been gone?
It's been, I would say, about 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay. I'm gonna sit on the edge of the building, facing the direction that he walked away, and just kind of keep my eye to the ground to see if and when he comes back.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me another, I guess investigate. Yasha?
Investigate. All right.
Yep.
Investigates that one. All right. As I fail to bring that up. Okay, there you go. An 8.
Oh boy. Okay. So rather than head back in the direction of the home, you head deeper into this gridiron in another direction.
Oh, shit.
Hey, he's having a great time at least. If not at the expense of others.
Mm.
And be confusing the shit out of them.
In this particular case, you do come across some more goons. However, they're not as amicable as the other ones, and get right down to business. Immediately brandishing some weapons. I say weapons as more like makeshift things such as pipes and knives, kitchen knives, and they're just like, all right, do it quick, hand over whatever you have, and then we'll leave you be.
That's my stuff.
As you kind of give the response, one of the leaders is just like, kind of gives you a rather threatening pose, but from behind them you hear, "Oi, leave him alone." And they turn around and you see you see a man, another samurai. However, not rather than the cobalt blue color of the Tetsu guard, it's just a regular dude, just with a katana at his hip. He is, I hate to use this reference, but just for clothing's sake, he's wearing something like this, where it's like he's got one sleeve. You know how Kazuha has the one sleeve thing going, and then his other sleeve has like a little.
Yeah, it's a pretty stereotypical samurai look.
Yeah, he has that sort of look, except his is in a gray blue color. The bottom of it has the pattern, and it looks like clouds surrounding a mountain on it. This is not what he looks like though. I'll bring it up on stream what he looks like. But I'm just using Izo's thing because
yeah.
Clothing reference. I'm like I don't know the namings for that design and look, so.
It's a kimono, but only one side is being used.
Yeah.
So you could do the same thing with the jacket, technically.
Yeah, we're using this though for now.
All right.
And hold up. There we go.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Hold up.
Ba-ba-ba.
Josh's bizarre adventure right now.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's great.
The games are like, there's this fucking weird kid wandering around.
It was like, all right, leave him alone. And ooh, yeah, the goons are actually phased. The leader is just like, how about you fight me then? And of course the guys are just like, oh, boss, I don't know, man. He actually looks like trouble. He's like, the hell he is. He's like, you and me, code of chain, let's go. And he, in true to form, the leader is brandishing just a big chunk of rebar with a bit of cement on the end as his weapon. Let's see how they duke it out. No, not very good for you. How about for you? Ouch. Okay.
Ouch.
Cool. Bam. I'm just gonna resolve this real quick. There we go. Wow, in 2 hits, Jesus, the guy frickin' drops him. Yeah, the samurai just as quickly as they kind of go at each other. Homeboy literally, pretty much stereotypical, very samurai form, goes into that little stance for an Ayajutsu's, cut.
Yeah.
And as the guy gets close, he just goes wham, and then just goes in one upward strike. And the goon, unperturbed, tries to he takes the hit, and you see blood fly up, and then he tries to take a swing and smack his skull with the block of cement at the end of his rebar. And then the guy just sort of does another, just like a half step back, and then just does another counter cut right into his chest. And down he goes.
Yasha is impressed, but he's like, whoa, nice.
And the other goons just quickly scatter, like, oh fuck!
However, Yasha remembers don't get in trouble, so he also scatters.
Yep.
He's like, oh, that was really cool, and then he's like, and then he sees people running, and he's like, oh right, runs.
And Yasha can book it too.
Yeah.
I could literally kill
Oh.
4 kobolds in a turn.
Well, hopefully no kobolds show up in these cities.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Yasha's just like, oh yeah, I should be running, and then he runs. He does that stupid fast monk run.
Yep.
Just gone.
Go ahead and roll me an investigate. Are you heading back to the house, or are you just exploring still?
That's a good question. Yeah, due to the fact that the sun is does not set, I don't think he's adjusted to that.
Mm-hmm.
Evens, he goes back or tries to. Yeah,
Okay.
this is okay. So he will start heading back.
You will have advantage on your check to come back.
Thanks to the card.
Yep, you have the card, the guide card. Don't lose it. It's your only one.
Dirty 20.
All right, you're able to make your way back with little trouble 20 minutes after that little encounter. As you have a run-in with goons and watch a samurai just go whoosh, just kill a guy right in front of you.
It's like, whoa. Fortunately for Yasha, that's nothing too unusual. He might even clap. He's just like, yo, that was pretty good.
He's like, whoa, that was so cool. That was lightning quick.
Yeah, people start running. Oh yeah, I gotta do that. Runs.
Good choice.
Well, at least Chiron is fine. Well,
Hiron is fine, yeah.
Chiron is fine.
Kyron, have you been just chilling this whole time?
Yep.
So it's about an hour. You see the monk scrambling back to the house.
Well, actually, was it after a few minutes he would have just gone back to normal walk speed.
Well,
Because he
he's
doesn't.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wouldn't run all the way back. He'd just be like, oh shit, gets out of the area. Okay, resumes walking.
There's the lad.
Yep. So it's been about an hour's time. What do the rest of you guys do?
Boy, does
by
Yasha
this,
have stories.
by this time, Poverty's done writing,
Okay.
and she goes out to see where the others are, and
Porter
notices.
and Lamine are berating each other.
Yeah.
An hour.
Engaging in domestic matters.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
no.
sees
That's an
she
hour.
sees Mortarin and Lamine talking, and then notices that Yasha and Chiron are gone.
Is the point of my sword going through the ceiling?
Oh,
I would say no because this particular rooftop is like actual like cement. Like this is
Okay.
actual like this isn't like a sheet metal roof that you're on.
Okay.
By the way, after Lamine gets done cleaning everything, she's just gonna be embroidering. She pulls out her hoop and just like starts doing random designs that aren't gonna be permanent. That's pretty much it. She's just embroidering.
So
You embroider
after
me a pillow that says slurp.
Slurp.
Oh my god.
after Poverty notices that they're gone, she's gonna go up to Lamine and be like, "Where's Yasha and Chiron?"
Mortar is like, wait, Yasha's gone? Oh.
I imagine Yasha's off exploring. Karen, I have
Alone?
no idea.
I don't very like the idea of us exploring alone, especially in Broznov.
So far, Yasha's like, oh, these are all great experiences. Claps.
Until they're not.
Yeah. Well, even as he's accosted by thugs, he's like, wow, this is fun.
I'm not terribly fond of the idea either.
Mortar is gonna go out and look for Yasha.
You don't have to.
Did Chiron go with
He
him?
literally opened the door, sees Yasha climbing the ladder, like, oh.
I cannot really follow everywhere that boy wants to go.
Actually, Vico came in through the. Well, does Yasha know that Vico came in through the ladder window?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you were able to catch him.
Well, perhaps a bad influence, but he too will climb in through a fucking window. He's just like, oh, Vico did it. Climbs in through the window as well.
That's,
Mordrin just
you
looks
know,
at
honestly,
him at
that's
the
fairly
through
normal
window.
behavior for Yasha. It's like, oh, Yasha's back.
So where's Chiron?
Mordrin shrugs.
Excuse me, Tessa.
By now I think it's just Tessa. Vico's not around.
Yeah, that's why I said Tessa.
But, I'm guessing you asked for where Chiron went?
Yeah.
She mentions that, much to her reluctance, that Chiron is on the roof.
What?
There's a roof access, but please don't use it. It's for emergencies only.
Get everybody on this roof.
Yasha gonna be like, okay, I won't use it. Just scales the side of the building.
He would do that. Okay, I won't use it.
Poverty's going to stealth.
Sneak out. You're gonna do exactly what she just told you not to do.
Yeah.
But she won't know it, probably. She might.
She don't pay my bills. She can't tell me what to do.
I mean, she owns the house you guys are staying in, so technically she does.
Yasha come in the house like, wow, guys, this city's crazy.
Can I stealth?
Go ahead. Sneak on out.
There's a lot of people who ask you for your stuff. I don't know what that's all about.
Oh, that's normal.
Are you what?
Immediately, Poverty and Lamina are like perked, like, what?
Yeah, they kept asking for my
Yasha?
things.
Yasha, do not go
So-
out alone without someone with you.
That happened more than once?
Yeah.
I have to agree. If you're going out, please take someone with you. I do not want to hear about how you got mugged. Please. Mugged.
No, it's okay. The first time they let me go because they didn't think I was a problem or something.
I mean,
And then the second time,
Let me
they
just
asked for
shake
my
your
stuff.
head like, no.
Hold on. I know. He's like, and then the second time, a samurai came out and killed these guys.
There's that. Yasha, please take someone with you the next time you leave.
Tessa will also make mention that he has a card on him, and not to lose it because it's the only one, but the card is acts as a guide back to the house. It works much like the letters that the way she describes it works kind of like the letter that Caiaphas gave you guys for when you had to look for the deli.
Yeah.
By the way, did
I'm not
Poverty
worried about
pass
him
the-
not making it back.
I rolled an 18.
Tessa didn't notice you. She rolled
Okay.
a 1.
I'm gonna go on the roof.
She was befuddled by fucking Yasha's statement, like, "Yo, there's these people asking for my stuff."
She's just
It's
like,
like, what?
If people ask for your stuff, don't stay away from them, and definitely stay away from any strange samurai.
Yasha's
Stranger danger.
I was going to say,
so-
Chiron says kek.
Heck. Yeah, Chiron undoubtedly hears all this too, just like, guys, you won't believe this.
So I'm gonna go on the roof,
Oh boy.
Dude is vibing up there.
and
Yeah, he's having a smoke up there.
yeah, I noticed Chiron, and I'm gonna watch him for a little bit, and kind of notice that he's keeping tabs on everybody, and then I want to sneak up behind him.
Oh
Don't-
boy. It'll be fun.
I
Does
don't
my
know.
lance go off?
How does your lance work? I have to double check.
It's wardy. He said warning, right?
Technically,
Everyone immediately starts googling.
I would
It's
imagine-
a warning, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would imagine it goes off to
It goes off.
any signs of danger, and I cannot
Yeah.
be surprised.
Yeah. within 30 feet.
I don't know. Would poverty be considered a danger in this case?
Depends on poverty's.
I
Intent.
suppose that depends on intentions.
Yeah, but either way, Chiron will not be surprised if poverty pulls anything
Yeah.
in general.
And just a reminder, I am tied to my sword that's anchored to the center of the roof.
It just begins to light up. His head just makes the fucking 180-degree turn.
That alone is pretty horrifying.
I'll give it a gentle turn, just to kind of acknowledge that my lance is going off. Therefore, something is behind me. And I wait.
Poverty's gonna use thaumaturgy to mimic a crow cawing and flying away as a distraction.
I guess this would be a deception versus will? Wisdom?
How do I do the thing?
By the way, I don't.
Hmm.
Yasha will explain his story, but I don't know if Tessa would catch the description of the samurai, since he would describe him. He's just like, there was this like samurai, and he had this clothing, and he did this, and it was really cool.
Does that sound familiar to me at all, peeps?
Hmm.
The description of the samurai that he saw.
Let's see. She can think. Sounds somewhat familiar, but she's not too sure.
How about Mordorin?
Mordrin? Mordrin, you have no fucking clue who this guy is.
Kit. Cool with that.
Do I have to roll something against poverty's roll?
Yeah. So
Yeah, I
poverty.
rolled a 13.
Yeah. So you need to make a wisdom check, and you need to beat a 13.
Wisdom check. Okay.
Or wouldn't it be a perception?
Well, I would say it's a wisdom check because it's a resistance to not be distracted.
Okay.
I'm gonna be your
Second.
being.
Oh, he is not distracted.
21.
Nope. You are. I don't think you even
Unfazed.
notice I don't think you even notice it.
But I'm still stealth, right? He doesn't notice my presence still, or he does?
He definitely would know that somebody's behind him.
Somebody's nearby, but he
Yeah.
can't see
just
him,
because of
right?
his weapon. Yeah.
Yep. He is notified that you're nearby, but
He doesn't know.
how or where is how near and where is indeterminable.
So something is near.
Okay, well, Poverty is going to use thaumaturgy again to whisper, Kyra, Kyra. Just tons of whispers all around his head. It's like saying his name.
Chiron looks around a little bit. Hmm?
This is about normal. I hear these all the time. They are indistinguishable from the normal voices.
In an attempt to kind of demoralize him or scare him a bit.
I guess that would be an intimidate.
Are people in the city usually always so scary? Or not scary, are always so indecisive?
You could guess. Yeah. You could say yes.
It's
In a way.
that first gang I ran into. They told me to, what am I doing there? And then they told me to leave, and then they didn't want me to leave.
Do I have to roll something against the... Do I have to make a counter roll of some kind?
I guess it would be another wisdom check. Yeah.
Another wisdom? Okay.
How unsettled he is by weird voices.
Yeah.
Pretty par for the course
Well,
for some of them. For some of us. God,
unfortunately,
wasted
that
again.
seems okay for Mortarin, so.
Oh dear.
Oh, not so much this time.
Well. Yes, Chiron's like, what the fuck are these voices for? Why?
You're definitely a little unsettled, or spooked at the very least.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. I start doing like a. Like tapping or drumming my fingers a little on my armor.
Poverty will unstealth and is like right in Chiron's face.
Hello.
Wow.
Are you trying to keep tabs on us?
Just trying to make sure that the boy don't get himself hurt.
You shouldn't have left in the first place.
Yeah.
Oh, good fucking luck. It's Yasha.
That's. Yep.
Who am I to step on anybody's personal freedom? I'm nobody's keeper.
I suppose. But I'm watching you.
That's fine. Watch all you want. You'll find this to be more drawl than watching a lizard burn on its back.
What a weird analogy.
What?
So not even Yasha makes those enemies.
Poverty just makes a weird face and walks away. Like you really just stunned her with that. She's just like, I don't know what.
I'm
to
You know
say.
what? You'll fit in just fine.
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy you've decided to join us for this game.
I don't have a session to do it, but yeah.
And he kind of turns his head. He doesn't really know which. Was I able to see which direction Poverty went,
Poverty,
or did she just like disappear?
Nah, I just walked downstairs.
Okay.
Climb back down.
You just
Climb
climb
back down.
I
Stealth past Tessa.
I turn my head, and I guess as best as I can because I'm wearing an ornate fucking helmet. I
Just
like
snap your
tip
neck.
my.
It's fine.
I tip my helm.
Milady.
Ma'am.
No, not that kind of night.
Do I see this?
Do you?
Uh,
Do you head
or-
back?
I assume that you're just straight on walking away from me.
Okay, so you do it like behind my back, or do I notice it?
I guess I do it behind your back.
Oh,
I mean,
got it.
I do just say ma'am.
tilts
When,
on
when
it.
Poverty hears "ma'am," she's just like, ugh, rolls her eyes.
I'm going to continue to enjoy this this shitty weather and look on the roof. At least until nightfall.
Before she heads downstairs, she's like, nothing like the smells of shit and smog to welcome you to Broznov.
That sounds about Broznov, alright.
Just FYI, Zach, it's gonna be at about 36 hours before you see any dark.
All right.
Wait.
Did I stutter?
All right then. I guess I'll see you back. I'll check back with you in about 36 hours.
Still here.
At some point, I enter a trance on the roof.
I guess that room's not getting used.
God.
What a shame.
Like I said, put the two elves in the room. What's the worst that could happen?
They kind
Is
of.
there more stew?
I don't imagine it's cleaned up and put away by this point.
It's been cleaned up and put away. It's been at least
Okay.
an hour, so anything that's left
but
is
is
probably.
is there more stew though?
Let's see how much Vico made. There's just a little bit left. There's enough for a
Alright.
couple servings.
All right. At hour 34, I go down to find some more stew.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
I'm sure by hour 34, the last of that stew is gonna be claimed and eaten by somebody.
I hope so, because if it isn't, I'll be the one to take the poison check for it. All right, fine. I'll come down at some point, maybe in like another 6 hours, and just kind of see what's going on in the room.
Yasha, in his innocence, will ask Tessa if there's a place to go hunting.
This is not really, no. This is animals don't exactly live out here, and the ones that do aren't really hunting animals. Unless you consider pigeons as a type of sport to hunt.
Or
Even then, she
rats.
kind of, or rats. Even
Like,
then, she's
hesitates,
just
yeah.
like, yeah, I don't really care for that.
Browns. No hunting, no nature.
Not
What is
really.
this place?
It's a damn shame.
It's a city.
I don't like cities. I don't like them.
Not much of a city, more like a shitty.
Fair.
This sums up Broznov perfectly.
In any case, yeah.
First day here, and madness has already claimed the house.
I'm guessing you just kind of take the rest of your time to relax.
I'm gonna go onto the porch and do pull-ups.
Gonna go back. Oh, you're gonna go on the porch. I'm just like, you're going back on the roof? No, there's a porch. That's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on the porch. I'm gonna do some pull-ups.
All right. You go and you do a little bit of working out.
Are there any cinder blocks? Can I tie them to my legs?
It's easy to find cinder blocks and other chunks of metal debris just around the streets. So yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my workout out in the front since Poverty seemed interested in Yasha leaving, so I'm gonna keep an eye.
Well, after about an hour or so, Baiko returns from his resting as he took a nap, and he does kind of pops out, and he's just like, "All right, guys. Well, I guess you want me to get started on introducing you to some of the basics around this place, right?"
Yeah.
I think that would be ideal.
All right, perfect. Y'all can come with me.
Why do all the strangers keep
Still
asking
need to
for your
talk to
stuff?
Tessa. Forgetting about that. We both keep forgetting, Peter.
What?
To talk about the hair
The hair.
with Tessa. Yes.
Oh.
The hair we found in this pocket a while back.
Yes.
Now's the best time
Excellent.
because after that, Baiko's gonna take you out.
Yeah. Mortar will definitely be like, Tessa, can I have just a small private moment? Just a small one.
Okay.
And once he basically is out of range of everyone, Jesus Christ, he doesn't want this. Just in case he knows something, he will pull out that strand of hair, assuming it's still. He would have kept it, but I'm assuming it just doesn't
Still have it.
disappear on him.
Nope.
Yeah.
Still on you.
All right. He pulls out the piece of glistening white hair, and he shows it to her, and it's just like, do you happen to know anything about this?
She kind of looks at you very puzzled, like it's hair.
Hair does not glisten.
I mean, it can. Some good conditioner.
It's just like, I don't know what you mean by this, but if you want me to take a look at this, I can look at this. It's definitely weird for it to be glistening, but.
Let's just say I have my suspicions, and gods tend to either smite me or hate me.
Well, I don't know what a god would want to do with you. I grew up in a religious home back in Belvedere, but wasn't exactly the religious type, so I'm probably the worst person to be asking. But I can at least take a look at this for you.
Excellent, and he will give over
Or
the
you.
hair. Yeah, and he just like, I wish I knew why too.
It's like, oh, well, maybe if it is some sort of divine thing, maybe you'll find something. Or it might just be you got your washing mixed with someone. Shrugs. In any case, I'll take a look at it.
All right, now we can go out.
Yep. Vico, of course, leads you out, not without Tessa shouting, not through the window at him. To which he takes you out through the staircase, reluctantly.
Does it? Question.
Hmm.
Does it seem like there's a very real possibility for like trouble in the city then?
Trouble?
Like just getting into trouble, just walking around.
Yes.
I mean,
Constantly.
I was gonna say, judging from Yasha's stories, you may
I'm just
want to
making sure.
reconsider.
Okay.
It's like,
He was. You remember, he was accosted twice in an
I know.
hour.
I know. I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
Because Lamine doesn't really like to just wander around in her armor, because it's kind of it's armor.
Yeah.
You don't really want to go grocery shopping in armor, but she's like, God damn it, I think I might have to.
Yasha will ask Vico, "Hey, Mr. Vico, is it normal for people to ask for your stuff all the time around here?"
Vico immediately understands. He's just like, it took me so long to figure out that they were mugging me. If anyone does that, you either run away. If they do keep being persistent, punch them, then run away.
That's
someone-
interesting. Oh no, they're kindred spirits in this regard.
Yeah.
If someone accosts
Vi-
Yasha and Lamine is around, she's gonna do a bit more than just punch them.
Yeah,
Vi- Vico is also a wild child, so to speak, except he's more
Yeah,
like a feral man.
wow.
Less
Definitely
child, more
Yeah,
less
Well,
child,
Kindred
more
spirits,
yeah.
Yeah.
all the same.
mood kindred.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mood
all right.
kindred.
Lamine suits up then.
Yeah, Joshua, tell him the story. Just like, wow, well, there's this one guy. I guess he got confused. He didn't want my stuff. He just told me to leave. And then the second guy, he did the same thing, but then a samurai came and killed him. It's kind of weird.
Do you describe the samurai to him?
If it seems to interest him, then yeah.
I mean, he kind of dismissively say, yeah, samurai. There's a lot of samurai here that just aren't even Tetsuguard. They're just samurai.
Yeah, it's like, oh really? I was like, this was like blue, and had this really confident thing to him. Had the, you might describe him a little bit.
Vaguely.
Vaguely.
Yeah. Vico's just like, just kind of dismisses it. He's like, sounds like all the other samurai around here. They all come off as pompous vigilantes. Always feeling like they're doing good for good's sake and all that. I don't bother them too much. They're not much better than the Tetsuguard. Only real difference is that they're not going to accost you after helping you in a fight if you have a run-in with gangs.
I see. How strange.
Yeah. Although often they tend to they tend to be a little demanding about things like payments. But that aside, they tend to be fairly amicable when you compare them to the Tetsuguard, but it's not a very high standard.
I see. Yasha in the deep big think.
Yep. Just Vico is just like, yes, you are like me.
I know. I was gonna say, if anything, they're just like, oh my god, we're the same.
Yep. Feral child.
The feral people.
Feral people.
Keck.
The way even Vico moves as he's like moving through is not quite like almost like he's parodying a human rather than like moving like a person at times, where he'll just like start to hunch low and almost like animalistically like sort of poke his head around like a cat.
What? Very similar.
Oh no.
Yep.
There's 3 of them.
There's 3 of them, yeah.
At
Now
times,
there's 2 of them. This is getting out of hand.
at times he
I
does
mean,
try and resist he try and resists, but at times he he will just like without a thought just start climbing on the side of walls and buildings, but not too high up to where you know you can't see him. But he like will scale along the side of a wall that's got like a little like piece of the structure jutting out and just sort of balance walk as he just kind of leads you around the alleyways.
Lamine is just going to hear Mortarin's voice in her head going, now is not mine.
Yeah. Yasha copies Vico perfectly.
Excellent.
Lamine
Oh,
also
boy.
hears that was not mine anymore. Just shoves all the responsibility on Mom. Here you go.
Now, be proud of your mistakes.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the-
Chiron would not be hearing this, by the way, because Mortarin likes to talk telepathically.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Well, for better or worse, Yasha's now copying Vico.
Well,
Fantastic.
Vico gives you quite a bit of helpful tips and tricks that kind of helps you navigate the at least the more immediate parts of the vicinity of home for the most part. He points out several alleyways and kind of give directions on how to expertly navigate them straight back to the house. He even points out several rooftops that you can actually climb to and access from either from the bottom floor of buildings or just by scaling the sides. Even pointing out that at during these hours, this house is open and empty. You can just go right through. Don't take anything though, but you can use this as an access to just go through here.
Yasha nods vigorously and writes this down. I see.
He points out sort of the locations of several stalls, and mentions that there's a lot of vendors around here, but vendors are very mobile. They don't stick around for long. But he points out the locations and times of some of them. He also mentions that a lot of these vendors have their prices jacked up way high. He also makes mention that probably the most important thing is that this entire place is actually a bounded zone. Which he then kind of brings back your couple encounters with people, and he asks what the goons were carrying on them.
Most of them just had stuff like, pipes, concrete. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, I mean,
And
stone,
he's-
concrete.
And then he just shrugs and he's like, I think mostly junk.
He then kind of mentions just like, so, something about these bounded zones. The toolbox's bounded zone, at least for home, extends only at a small limited point. The alleyways is where it starts to taper off a little bit, and certain materials tend to start functioning. For the most part, the bounded zone can't really discern things like cleaning utensils and swords at certain lengths. So a lot of folks around here will carry knives on them. Or they'll just simply use their kitchen knives. The same thing goes with chunks of debris. They'll pick up rods of metal rebar or even chunks of rock and concrete and use that. From the sound of what that samurai was carrying, though, it seems like he was carrying an actual sword, given the fact that he was able to cut a guy down. If anyone is able to try and do that, that's impressive. Weapons around here don't quite work as effectively, but so that samurai must have had either a really strong sword arm or he had an illegal sword.
Legal sword.
The Tetsu guard that you'll come across around here don't really carry a lot of equipment on them. So that's something to be important. Most of them are just scouts, and they usually won't carry anything other than what looks like to be a sword, but it's actually a metal baton. Don't take them for chumps though. They still hurt like hell if they hit you. But they don't tend to carry equipment that work inside the bounded zone. They do, however, happen to have guys with equipment that do still function in the bounded zone. And if anyone else is using that sort of stuff and they aren't Tetsu guard, it's illegal. So I hope that samurai is well aware of the rights he doesn't actually have with carrying a sword like that around.
Yeah, much to think about.
Mm-hmm. He also mentions that along with that, yeah, the bounded zone has its limits, and the locals are pretty good at exploiting and figuring out and exploiting those limits, and are able to actually use certain weapons in certain regions. Um, Maiko himself has not really studied them too thoroughly, as he doesn't really rely on weapons. As he kind of points out, he's like, I have these, and I'm really good at punching people, so I'm not too worried about maneuvering around here and requiring ways to defend myself. Um,
Hmm. Most
but
interesting.
for those of you who rely on weapons a lot more, I would look into this a little more closely, as well. You're gonna, if you're gonna need to use them, it's only fair to understand what to use them. Best way to learn is from the locals themselves. Gangs tend to carry whatever flavor of the bounded zone's least affected weapon will be.
Well, consider me learned then.
Hmm.
Mortar's just
At the end,
his magic being like, I can't do shit.
Yasha nods. He goes, well, at the end of the day, I can always
Mhm.
bite someone.
True. At the end of the day, you can always bite someone. If you have magics that affect yourself rather than attack people, you'll still be fine, but anything used in an offensive or aggressive manner will also be reduced. However, if you happen to carry anything like Tessa has her mage armor to protect herself, that'll still come in handy.
Hooray! Good. Mortar will cast mage armor on himself.
He's just like, he nods. Pretty smart move, but I wouldn't have it all the time always. Folks here tend to look for people that look like they're protecting something and will tend to seek them out.
Mortar just kind of shrugs and he just says, well, I can do this all day and all night, so.
That's fair. The thing that makes your most efficient tool, I would argue out here, is discretion. The less you stand out, the better. No one wants to see a person stand out, and if they do, that means they've got something worth taking.
Fortunately, that's all of us.
I was gonna say, calling us out a little bit, don't you think?
Looking at the party, except for like Yasha.
Ah,
and
shit.
It's really just like
Yeah.
two of them.
Well, technically Mortarin too, because he wears pretty muted colors, and he wouldn't
Yeah.
be having his bunking stick. Right
That's why I
lying
specified
around.
like two of them,
Mm-hmm.
especially Lamine. Lamine is not subtle.
Yeah.
Walking around in a suit of armor isn't too uncommon, so you should be okay. But that may cause a little bit of that may attract unwanted attention at times, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. But at the same time, you're in a suit of armor. What are they gonna do? So he just sort of shrugs. I would also, of course, watch out
Use
for
that.
some of the bigger gangs, though. They are a little scary. I won't lie. I have tangled with a few of the larger gangs. They're not fun. Something that Tessa doesn't really care to talk about or care to know is that there's several major gangs that more or less control the way the city functions. Which I've had a run-in with a couple of them, and let me tell you, Tessa's not had fun nights having to patch out bullets out of me whenever I do have a tussle with them.
How do you take bullets out?
Hmm?
Yasha's just like, how do you take bullets out?
Well,
Sometimes I
Usually
have to
with
take
a spoon.
I had to take out arrows before, but not bullets.
You do not use a spoon. Do not listen to him.
Whatever you do, don't ask Tessa about it, please.
Oh, okay.
She gets upset
If you-
enough that she gets upset enough having to see and deal with me getting wounded. She doesn't like
If
to
you're-
recant the tales.
If you're very curious, Yasha, I'd be willing to tell you.
Hey, maybe
Okay.
if you're really unlucky, you can get some first-hand experience.
I
Okay.
hope not. Ideally, that does not happen.
I'll tell you what, boy, you can take out mine when I get shot.
They must be like arrows or something.
Mm, they're much more annoying than arrows.
Hmm.
Try arrows, only smaller and more painful.
Hmm.
And before you ask, yes, I can sometimes feel them.
Tell me this, boy. You ever been stung by a bee?
Plenty of times.
Well, just consider a bullet wound like being stung by a bee inside your arm.
I see. And then so that means I could just force it out by focusing really hard.
Keck.
Vico kind of looks at you and he's just like, what's a bee?
Oh,
Keck.
the-
Oh, boy.
yeah,
Someone
they're-
just realized something. Yasha, have you just
Hmm?
yanked arrows out of your body before? Like,
He
wait a
nods.
minute. Don't do that.
He's like, sometimes I yank them out, but I can also get them out by focusing really hard and making them go back out.
I have no idea how that second one works, but please do that more often than the first. Pulling out an arrow can cause as much damage being pulled out as it went in.
Oh, it's okay. So usually the skin heals really fast after I rip it out.
I really don't need to hear that.
Also, a bee is a tiny bug thing, and it flies around and makes honey, but it also stings you when it's mad.
This is true.
It doesn't hurt that much, but a lot of people say it hurts a lot.
It can be fairly annoying, depending on where you get stung.
You get used to it. Sometimes you want honey, so then you have to fight the bees.
In that case, you can take a bullet for me any day of the week, kid.
Do not encourage him. I do not want to see Yasha getting shot.
Oh, on the contrary, neither would I. I would much rather take a bullet for the kid. I just appreciate his bravado.
It's okay. I can I'm pretty sure I can slap a bullet.
Keck.
True. You probably could.
Yeah,
Well,
Yasha's seen,
pretty much.
which is probably another benefit to Roland's training with firearms is he's starting to learn the speed of a bullet, and thanks to being a monk, he's just like, I could slap these things.
Gonna pull an Ace Ventura and just catch it between his teeth. Power move. Someone shoots at you, catches it.
He's just like, whoa, he catches the bullet. What the fuck? Throws it back. Like, whoa!
Yeah.
Nothing asserts your dominance more.
Catching a bullet and throwing it at somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, some other things. I know it's daytime, and I don't typically just, go out during the day. But something I would recommend: don't let yourself be too busy during the nighttime, and that goes doubly for whenever you're dealing with anything around the Tetsu Force, especially at night.
Yeah, the sun has.
Night
Yeah,
is
that-
bad around like werewolves. God damn it. Continue.
I totally missed everything.
We kept on interrupting each other.
Oh,
Continue, Luke.
yeah.
Uh,
Go.
as my brain sputters out, it's like, what was I gonna say? Two things. Well, first thing was he described a bee to Vico. I don't know if he was interested in that. Along with, he'll pose a question: have you ever had honey?
He thinks about it and he's just like, I've had it in tea by Tessa a couple times. They make those?
One of these days, I'll have to break a beehive and bring it to you.
Oh God.
It's just like, wow,
Oh,
that's
boy.
amazing.
You know,
He also just does that thing where you just put your hand in the beehive.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I was gonna say, you remember how the bear was eating the pumpkin? That's Yasha with the beehive.
Yeah, younger Yasha would have easily done that. Complained about eventually gets to the point where the chi inside of him just keeps him from being stung too bad. Aside from that, though, more current question is he comments is like that fake sun, it doesn't go down very fast, does it?
Nope, it stays up for about 3 days.
Yep.
That's a long time for a sun to be up.
The Old Kingdom's Ironworks cracks at it for 3 days straight, and then after that they put the machines on cooldown for about 3 days. This goes on and off.
I see.
So,
How do I stay awake? We have to stay awake for 3 days.
well, we have blinds for that, and you don't
Ah,
have to
I
stay up
see.
for 3 days. Nobody
Oh.
here is crazy enough to stay up for 3 days, but industries appreciate having the extra work hours.
People on meth, are you challenging me?
Cracks my neck.
Oh my word.
All right.
In any case, yeah. The days and nights are long in Broznov, and you have the clouds and you have the mountains to thank for that. But that's okay.
Don't know if I do much thinking to them.
Me neither. Personally, I don't care for the sun. Can't see it anyways.
Sun is okay. Makes things grow.
He's just like, I wouldn't know.
Sun is better than night.
It's okay. You can't really look at it long anyway. I don't think many people have seen the sun.
Oh no, I don't mean like looking at the sun. I mean looking around when the sun's out. My eyes hurt.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, hurts my eyes to look at anything during the day.
Be why you'd be wearing them goggles all the time, huh?
Yep. He's just like, he slips for a brief moment and shows you one of his eyes, and it's just like completely whitened out sclera. And he slips it quickly back in. He's just like, ow, ow, ow. He's just like, yep, hard to.
He is blind.
He's just like, I can only see at night. Anything else, daytime, everything else is just bright light. And then during the dark, I can only really, I could see perfectly fine, like how you could see during daylight, kind of. Anything flat, I can't see. So, unless a book has really heavy indents, I can't read it.
Interesting. I don't know what that is.
The book? Don't worry, it ain't important.
Morgan
Actually,
has something to say about that.
No, Yasha knows what a book is. I'm pretty sure the Vinton have books.
Some.
Some. Well, I would imagine at least a couple.
It's some, but they ain't got stories, and they're more like cookbooks than
Well,
anything.
Well,
Yasha
Yasha would have definitely learned from that
Mordorin
one.
enough to know what books are, because Mordorin definitely keeps books. He still has that fairy tale book that he just never gave back to Lady Ivana, and at this point he's given up.
You literally had a chance to give it back to her.
I know, and he forgot. So he's like, fuck it, it's mine now.
Yep. I'm sure she won't mind.
I'm sure she's forgotten too.
It's just a fairy tale book, to be honest. We'd all forgot.
Yeah. I only remembered because I just looked in the inventory for parchment.
You're like, oh yeah.
And I see book, and I was like, is this a... Oh.
Oops.
Oops. Same energy. He probably looked at his inventory, was like, what is this book doing? Opens book.
Oh, this is for Lady
Yeah.
Yvonne. Fuck.
It's alright. At this point.
In any case, yeah. So yeah, you're able to get yourselves accustomed to a lot of the areas within the immediate vicinity. There's a few other places. There's a nightclub as well. Towards the edge of the
What's a nightclub?
A nightclub.
Is it a club you can only go at night?
Well, yes,
Most
actually.
would suggest that that's correct.
Yes, actually, because it's closed during. It says on a sign, closed during Broznov days.
Hmm.
And,
What goes on at a nightclub?
Well, partying, dancing, drinking. What do they call those things outside? Taverns?
Yeah.
Think that, but less sitting and more dancing.
Hmm.
Only some of the people are dancing. Some of them are still sitting.
I will have to try these nightclubs.
No!
Keck.
Just shocked at Morin's outburst. Just what?
Like, no.
But why?
I'm sure Mordorin at least heard about this kind of stuff. He's never been to a nightclub. That's for damn sure. And he's just like, no, Yasha, this is not for It's not for the type of people that is you.
Oh,
No.
all I'm hearing is that Lamine can't actually go and do that dance.
Yep.
Mortar will not be there to watch.
Unfortunately for you, Yasha's the fucking Yumi one, so he's just like, I gotta come back
Yum.
here later and see what this is.
You. It's just
You
he.
was-
It's,
Mortar is very much like put down, like, no, you're going to take extra baths if you go there.
just like, oh, you should.
Worth.
Vico does mention like
Worth-
you should see how
worth.
this place turns when the night hits a weekend. Woo! Whole party, the whole place, the whole street's a party. Tessa hates it.
By the way, he still doesn't like bass, but he has, I wouldn't say grown accustomed. He's resisting less now, but he still doesn't like him.
He's accepted.
At this point in
Accepted.
time, he's accepted it. Doesn't like him, but accepts it.
Well, I'm gonna go to write down.
But yeah, he does mention like, yeah, this place gets very interesting at night during the weekends, because given that it's every 3 days, if a weekend happens to brush during the night hours, there tends to be a party. If it's a full 3-night weekend, this whole part of the whole part of the street where the house is just a huge party. He also gives you some of the cautionary tales. At night, gangs tend to wander about more frequently. However, they don't tend to wander too far out from their alleyways during the day. But that doesn't mean that they won't try. Let's see, what else? I warned you about the major gangs. There really isn't too much to describe them other than when you see one, you'll know. There's a lot of gangs that crop up out of here, either to, establish themselves, or they're looking to be recruited by some of the major affiliations, or they're looking to just earn enough money to become proper mercenaries. It costs money to get the equipment after all. So they tend to do whatever they can to make a living. I will say this: we don't tend to get too much trouble from most of the groups, but the ones we'll see most often, if you ever are contacted by anybody about who calls themselves a member of the Merchants Guild, do not make any deal with them. They are not an actual guild.
Many members of the Merchants Guild.
Yeah, the Merchants Guild. They are not good people. They are not a guild. They are not merchants. They are crooks.
Led by a guy named Seth.
The gang leader, Seth, now.
Ugh. Stay well away from him.
Stay well away from them.
Would,
They
would
themselves...
poverty know? Would poverty know them?
You know of the kings. But you could take a history check.
History. There it is. 21.
Alright, so you actually do know about the Merchants Guild. They're bad news. They're actually a rather weird gang compared to, when you compare them to, like, the Kings. So the Kings are like a more formal kind of gang, everybody's kind of a gang member in it. The Merchants Guild don't really so much as use gang members as they use hired thugs to basically push around people. They kind of hire anybody who is willing to help them on their business front. They're very much a very Italian mobster style gang, to kind of make real world comparisons. They're known for shaking down businesses for protection. They are adepts at forging documents and fabricating documents, forging documents, illegal documentation, that kind of stuff. They're also known for taking the cut out of taking the cut and holding certain business cornerstones within certain sectors. They are out here in the toolbox, but you are more familiar with them being more prominent out in Hanging Garden, which is another sector in Broznov. They're not pleasant people, and their guys don't really. When they send guys after you, it's not their guys. It's like I said, it's hired thugs. So they'll send mercenaries. They'll send people that are paid off. They'll even pay off assassins to come after you, if they really want you dead or you owe them money. They kind of go by the slogan of, we get a cut. And also have a hard emphasis on, you're part of a family. And
family.
Yeah, you're part of a family, ironically enough. So he mentions that. Vico mentions that, the Merchants Guild kind of sticks their nose out here pretty often, and they every now and again will shake the local intellects for their intellectual property. Tessa has been prospected by a few of their members a few times, but we've been able to keep away from them for the most part. Tessa has also helped me out with them in a couple of other ways with Merchants Guild that really does show their ugly side. I won't get any further than that. Let's just say they don't really have much hang-ups about how they make their profits. In any case, that's about it for them. Rather than proper gang members, they'll have their goons, usually anybody who is up for making a buck. So you won't really see them flash any particular kind of like emblem or signal that shows them that they're an affiliate of it. The others, though, are a little more they make a little more sense. Like, you will see some sort of crest. The Kings are a perfect example, as he mentions. You'll almost never see anybody from the Kings out here, but they'll also come out here too. And he makes mention that their particular emblem is that of a cogwheel shaped in the form of a crown, and with a mountain jutting out from that crown. Yasha, you remember this description?
Which one?
The King's gang crest.
Was it the first or second gang?
The Kings.
The Kings.
Yeah.
Or was it the first or second one? Because I think it was two different gangs. So.
Yeah. There's the Merchants Guild, and then there's the Kings.
No, I don't think.
He's asking how he recognizes it.
Oh, how he remembers?
Yeah, was it the first or second run-in I had with the?
Oh, those guys did not look like either of the two. They didn't fit the descriptor of either. I mean, Merchants Guild doesn't actually have like a proper thing. These guys were just like small-time thugs. Like, these were just.
I see.
Yeah, because there's like a dime a dozen like little hoodlum gangs and like, little groups and associates of just like, they sprung up just like weeds all over the place. So that's what those guys were, which Vico was just like, yeah, those are the small fries. They don't typically have much in the way of things that are dangerous. It's the big gangs you have to worry about.
Kings, huh?
Yeah, but you do recognize the description of the King's crest. In fact, you remember drawing it.
Big think, Yasha.
But in any case, I think that'll conclude our tour for now. Like I said, daytime isn't really my strong suit, and if I'm not that I'd really grab much attention. I don't like being looked at, and some people kind of still know me for who I am, which is to say, the corpse. And if people start taking notice that the corpse is walking around the toolbox, that's not gonna be. That's not particularly good for any of us.
Right.
So
I see.
we should head
I
back.
understand.
Alright, we'll
Thank
do
you
that.
for your help.
Of course. During the nighttime, though, I'll be more than happy to help you. And Tessa will, of course, be having me to help you guys with finding out what you need to know. She says you guys are looking for a sword?
Of sorts.
Okay. Well, I can try and look into it, but I don't know if you'll be able to find any particular sword like that in the streets so easily. But, I've found weirder things.
I bet you have, baby eater.
Oh, wow.
Well, Vico takes it with a smile, just like he's just like they make the crunchiest noises.
At least he's a good sport about it.
Then he just kind of like, but seriously, don't say that in front of Tessa. She's gonna hate your guts.
But seriously.
Fair.
Speaking, Yasha's. That is a good question. How are we gonna find the sword?
Something to figure out.
Yep.
You said we need one sword to find the other.
Yep, that is something we have to figure out.
Something to talk about when we get back, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Vico will leave you guys. You're welcome to continue exploring, but he's going to head back.
Nope, it is time to head back, Yasha.
He looks over at Yasha's already gone.
Where'd
Balls.
he go?
Oh.
He just fucking scuttles off.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd he go?
Survival check? DM?
No, he's not. He actually didn't scuttle off, but
Oh.
he'll go back for now. But he is still interested in going back out and looking around.
Okay. So you guys.
As
will
long as
just
he takes a
return.
friend.
Yes, as long as he takes a friend.
All right. Well,
Mom and Dad have laid out the house rules. Remember, no girls.
Lamine
What do
doesn't
you-
care.
He's just like, I don't
Mortar probably
understand.
doesn't either.
To be fair,
He also says, I don't understand.
Yeah, but
that's why she doesn't care.
yeah,
I don't think that that's even anywhere close to being a worry for her.
If anything, it would be the opposite, and be like whoever he's wandering around with would be like, guys, a girl took Yasha.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
more of a worry.
yeah. But yes, Yasha, do not leave the house without a chaperone.
But why?
Because of what happened. Like literally almost 8 hours ago.
I'm
That's
okay.
why.
That was less than 8 hours.
That's
Yeah.
8 whatever
Is-
it was.
Well,
Like-
the only problem I have is well, I could run really fast. I don't think anyone can run that fast.
Not
Let's take her
entirely the
numbers.
point.
Which he does have a point, because he can fucking fly along the rooftops if he needs to.
Yes, but Yasha, if we're looking for a weapon here, odds are somebody has it.
But I don't
And it
think
would
they'd be
cause
walking around with it. They'd like Lamine literally walking around with it.
Lamine is literally walking around with one.
But
Yeah.
Yasha doesn't realize the profundity of that statement. Just, I don't think they'd be walking around with it.
We can discuss this more.
on your
I-
return trip back to the
Oh boy.
to the house, you do have another run-in, and lo and behold, it's the samurai again.
Oh, see, it's the samurai guy from earlier.
He immediately recognizes you, Yasha, and he's just like, ah, okay, hi. He's just like,
Yasha just happily waves.
he's like, ah, looks like it's like you from earlier who got accosted by those thugs. Ah, I see you're back with company.
I suppose I should be thanking you.
And he's just, he of course, hold on, let me bring him up again. He of course gives you a fairly tired but welcoming smile, and he's like, yes, of course. It's no need to thank me though. This is like it's good to see that it's good to see that your kid's fine though. You may want to be careful when you're walking around here. You know, a lot of dangerous gangs, especially in the alleyways.
See,
I'll have to keep that in mind. But Yasha will still dig through his bag and offer him a what was it? What would he offer him? I suppose nothing else. He offers him some Yasha jerky.
Yasha jerky.
Yeah, like some jerky that he's made himself, which probably tastes pretty damn good since he's been doing it for years. So
Oh.
he just offers him a good fair bit of jerky and, you know, maybe some herbal water.
He'll take the jerky and water, and he's just like, oh, thank you. He's like, ah, a treat. You didn't have to, but thank you. I
Well,
appreciate
you
it.
you did beat up those guys, and it was really cool. So, at the very least, I have to help say thank you in this way.
It's no trouble. Just be careful next time. You know, dangerous folks are out around here.
No, no worries. If they bug me too much, I'll just bite them.
The samurai gives you sort
He's
of a
just like,
chuckle.
what?
He gives you a chuckle, trying his best to cover his confusion at that response. He's just like, but he's pretty good at playing it off, just like at the reaction.
Oh god, I feel really bad for the fucking person who might one day accost Yasha, get too pushy, and then Yasha literally chomps his hand or something. And it's just like, ah!
Ah, he bit me!
What the fuck?
This reminds me of something from the other campaign.
Hmm.
Mira's technically been bitten by 3 people.
Yeah, but
And
not
that's
in that
3
manner.
people too many.
You're right. One was a long time ago, but he has been bitten by 3 separate people in his life. What a
Chomp.
weird. Weird.
Anyways, moving on.
Yeah.
Thank you, samurai guy.
Ah, of course, it's no problem. You know, I'm always happy to help out the folks over here. You don't seem
What?
like you're locals, though.
No, I come from the forest, or at least I do.
Oh,
I think my friends, however, come from here.
kind of looks over at you. It's like, well, you certainly don't quite match the look of the place. But, you know, if you ever need a help or a guide, I'm more than happy to offer. The name's Date, by the way.
Dante.
No, not Dante, Date. D-A-T-E, Date.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Does he use 3 katanas? I mean, sorry. No, does he use 6 katanas?
He used 12. This man is like Xenos. He's got a golf bag full of katanas at his hip.
Oh my god.
Fucking hell.
No, he's just got the one katana.
Yasha will thank him, but then he's like, well, the offer goes to you two. I know I don't look like a fighter, but you'd be pretty surprised.
He's like, haha. He's like, you don't call yourself a local, but I think you blend right in with the rest.
I don't really know if I want you offering that sort of service, Yasha.
Yeah, well, I was a
Common
mer-
bad concern.
Yeah, but Yasha does. He's like, well, you know, I was a mercenary before I found you guys.
What were you doing in the area anyway?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, I'm actually glad you asked. I was just about to offer this, and he reaches into his little coat pocket, or in his little jacket pocket from the sleeve he actually has on, and he offers you up a little flyer.
I read the flyer.
Let's see. Oh, nope, that's the gangs. Where's the gangs?
That's the gang.
It's like no,
Yeah,
he
more-
doesn't.
The gangs show up again.
He offers it's an advertisement for copper and steel investigations, private investigators, owners. It's like owners of owned by Walter and Date. And it's just like if you need a private investigator, a professional, or the assistance of a strong sword arm, look no further than our services. And it gives you a little address.
Press X for doubt.
Yasha's just like, this seems really convenient. But he won't say
Sweet.
anything because he knows he'll leave that decision up to the party.
It's like
Hell
weird.
no, we're not using him. Murdering is a hell no. he won't say it out loud, but it's clear to everyone who's at least like spent a hour with him. Like that is a hell no.
Thankfully, Lamine is a bit
However-
more gracious about things.
Yasha will, however, take the poster, even if it's not for this. He might need it for something else later. So
Well, it's a little flyer, but yeah, he hands you one. He's just like, I'm just going around advertising business, but you know, if you're ever in need of assistance, me and Walter are professionals, so you know, we're
Business slow, stopping crime for a private cop.
Ah, if only. I'm just here to help out as many folks as I can, of course. I figured that we'd also expand out. We used to work for the bigger companies, even got hired out by Tetsu Force for a little while, but, you know, we'd like to help the little guys. You know, even if it's a two-man operation.
despite the little wraith to show them he means business.
Oh, nice. Well, thank you for the flyer.
Of course, stop by. If you, feel free to stop by. If you, come and see Walter, tell him I sent you, and we can even give you a discount.
Does Walter have a sword too?
No, no, no. I'm the swordsman. Walter's the brains.
Can I insight check this guy?
Yeah, sure.
I want to see
what
if
do you,
he's being legit
if you're looking
or
to
if he's
see
trying to
legitimacy?
scam us.
Eh,
Yeah.
Literally hire a samurai.
Hire a samurai.
I would, but Mordrin is a definite like. Even if you're telling the truth, no.
10.
Yasha would consider it like maybe for other things, so he'll hang on to it.
While it is understandable to be wary of anyone advertising anything in Broznov for fear of a scam, it's a little bit out of left field for a samurai to be like advertising on investigation services. This is kind of weird.
It's weird enough to be true.
It's
Yeah.
weird, but it's not in a weird
it's,
like this is sketchy as hell weird, and more like this is just kind of like, you know,
Well,
this is
it's one
strange
of those
for
things,
Broznov
right?
standards. Like, this is so weird that it kind of that I can accept it exists.
Well, it's like what they say. It's was it? It's crazy enough to be only true.
Yeah.
It's like, why-
yeah, weirder
It's
than
just
fiction.
like, what the fuck?
I take note of his weapons that he has on hand.
From the look of it, you see his katana, which is sheathed at his side.
Just the one.
Just the one.
Nothing special about like the handle or the hilt or nothing like that.
Nothing about it really sticks out.
Is he?
You could
Sorry,
probably
go
make
ahead.
you could probably make what would be good for like appraising a weapon.
Fuck.
Yeah, you just fuck him. That's it.
You're skipping a whole lot of steps there.
Wow.
I'm not playing a bard. This is not my skill set.
You just approach the samurai, me, fucking right now.
Samurai shrugs. Oh, okay.
Okay.
We're gonna work out our sexual frustration right now.
Oh boy.
It's a muscle
Mordrin's
building of a
going-
different
no,
kind.
kidding.
The muscle between his legs, yeah.
Oh,
I
my
think
word.
I got Shen with that one.
It's a different kind of gym.
Oh man.
Imagine Mordrin made that kind of offer. I think Lamine would just like
Oh, he snapped.
just snap.
You're like, oh no, I broke him.
He snapped.
What role are you having me do, sir?
That's a tough call. I'm not too sure. I guess an intelligence check?
Intelligence sounds good.
I would give you advantage since you're kind of a martial weapons expert from
Oh,
Broznov.
Jesus.
So I'll give you advantage. So you roll the d20 twice and you'll take a better result.
Okay. So intelligence with advantage.
Yeah. Just so you know, you're either gonna have to roll your d20 plus your modifier twice, or what you can do is just roll 2d20 and then just tell me.
That's what I was gonna do because I saw Luke do it earlier.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it gets weird if you do like 2d20 plus something.
Okay, so I have an 18.
Okay.
Yeah, you just do the math in your head at that point. You're just like, all right.
So 18. All right. You're able to kind of. It looks a little funny, but it kind of looks like the weapons are how do I best put it? That katana looks more closely like the katanas the Tetsuguard carry, like the actual proper katanas, but it's a little bit differently adorned. There's nothing like technologically special about the katana, like it doesn't stand out, but the way it's decorated and like the few little niche things, like the material it has wrapped around like the scabbard, some of the make of the hilt that's like sticking out, and even the handle itself has different looking material, but like it's not anything that would be like, okay, this is some kind of like it's just made of something. It's just like the colors and the makeup of it is slightly different, but it looks like a Tetsuguard sword.
Mm.
The Tetsu guard sword made of kitchen knives.
Yeah, this guy's carrying around a cop sword. But it's a different looking kind of cop sword.
I mean, it makes sense. It would be a legal market for weapons that could be used within the founded fields.
Yeah. Whether this weapon was legally acquired or not, it's almost comically illegal for if a Tetsuguard saw him with carrying this around, probably.
Probably. Unless
At
they go
least,
up and like, hey!
at least if you were just a random Tetsuguard who just saw this guy just, trotting around a bounded field with that thing, you'd probably want to stop him.
That's an interesting blade you got there.
You point that out to him?
Yes.
He's like, indeed. Fine crafted steel, I'd say.
Yeah. Its appearance looks a little uncanny.
Oh? You're thinking I took this from a cop, don't you? Well, never you worry. I have permission by the TZs. And, he actually reaches into his pocket once more and he flashes a little Tetsuguard seal. He's like, not proud to say, but I'm actually a former member. I'm actually a former TZ. But, it's a little field expertise.
Hmm. That's all I got. I'm not saying anything else to him.
Oh, it's very nice to meet you, Dante. We should be going now.
All right then. Well, stay out of trouble, guys, and stay safe. And he happily waves you guys off, and
You
then
too.
you part ways.
I don't know if that guy knows how to stay safe. Or rather, stay out of trouble.
Who, Date or you guys?
Both.
Well, yeah.
That would be adequate for both of us.
Yeah.
Stay out of trouble.
Hi. We can only hope.
An interesting notion that we cannot support.
Yeah. Back to home, as it were.
I break my neck and turn away.
God damn it.
Jesus Christ.
The neck of an owl.
Yeah. Seriously.
It just reminds me of that little comic strip where there's like a hyena, but it's like a fucking like special agent, and he like breaks the neck of like a fucking dog person,
It's
and then
an
he
owl.
goes and like tries to crack the neck of an owl, crack the neck of another one. It's an owl, and the owl just literally just shotguns him to the chest.
He just blasts him backwards.
You can't sneak up and break his neck.
We
Anyways,
go home.
Yep.
Fever dream.
The fever dream.
You return home.
Hooray.
Is there stew?
Do you want stew?
I would like something to eat, if it pleases the crowd.
Who's Stu?
There is just a little bit left.
Nobody is eating that stew? Wasteful.
Well, I mean, Vico had a little bit, but there's just enough left for one more serving.
I grab the whole bowl off the stove.
Well, that's the last of it. Vico, of course, welcomes you guys back. Tessa isn't around this time. He does kind of make notion like Tessa's in her lab, so let's not disturb her.
Okay.
No problem.
And so he's just like, so, how's your first day?
How well do you know this city?
Well, I'd like to say I know the city pretty damn well. Jesus Christ.
What do you know about these private eyes?
Private eyes? Oh, why, did you come across a private eye?
We sure the hell did.
The samurai that assisted Yasha earlier is apparently some kind of mercenary / investigator.
He's a former cop, that is.
With that notion, he's just like... What was his name?
Date
Ah.
is how he introduced himself.
Oh. Interesting. I guess he quit the force.
You know who he is?
Kind of. He used to chase me around for a little while. I wonder if he's still doing that. Let's just say my reputation with the Tetsu Force, my former reputation with the Tetsu Force, doesn't bring good or doesn't bring good sentiments with them. Not that the Tetsu are really well sentimented. Date, I only know firsthand from a few times of him barking orders around and even introducing himself at one point. He's a good guy.
Hey, Yasha,
Yeah?
you got that paper still?
He will just simply reach into his rucksack and show the flyer to Baiko.
Ah, he looks at it and he's like, Walter and Date. Huh, I didn't know Walter was still alive. Hold on. He starts like picking at his jacket a little bit and starts looking under his shirt for a bit. Oh yeah, I remember Walter now. He's just like,
I assume you had a run-in with him.
he kind of gives you kind of a dumb nod, just like a dumb grin and a nod, like, yep.
Yeah.
You kind of come to the conclusion that he's been shot by Walter.
Lol.
Yeah, that's kind of what Lamine gathered. Like, oh,
I wonder if this is a more legitimate business. Last time I remember Walter, he was running a pretty big gang up until that whole mess about 4 years back.
Well, if anything, I don't think Date would willingly work with a active gang member. Out of character speaking, of course.
Oh, you're speaking out of character?
Yeah, because Yasha has no idea about that kind of stuff.
Lamine is interested in that story.
Oh, well, I don't really know the context of much. This was probably sometime after I had met with Tessa, so... my memory isn't too great about that, I'll be honest. I didn't really... I was... how do I put it? I wasn't as clever as as back then. You know, a lot more lived up to those scary stories, minus the children eating.
Wisdom is hard-earned, huh?
Mm-hmm. Let's just say before I moved in with Tessa, I was picking scraps up off of everywhere I could find, and Walter happened to have the biggest toy box I could steal from. I guess. And yeah, I'd be taking scraps from him, and him and his guards would not be too happy about it.
Bet not.
I thought Walter died though. Weird.
Should we be worried about them?
Oh no.
Suffice it to say, you know, one-time meeting with the kid is one thing, but second time, I'm not one to believe in coincidence.
Well, I guess Date's, I guess their investigation is being brought out here. I bet they're on a case. Oh god, I hope it's not for me.
He said business was slow.
Actually, no, he did not. He said business was pretty busy. They just wanted to move to the locals.
I'm telling him how I interpreted it.
Oh, I thought you were just telling. Ah, I see. Okay, my bad.
He said business was slow.
Vicode isn't too pleased by this, and I'm like, well, maybe I guess they might be interested in closing the case of the corpse then. I'm not gonna tell Tessa about this, and you see him kind of hand the flyer back to you, like, don't let her see this.
Yasha just folds it up, puts it back in his ruck.
In any case, yeah. Well, if they're not causing trouble, I wouldn't worry about them too much. If they ask about me, you don't know me.
Who are you?
That was assumed.
You're just the guy that makes some pretty damn good stew.
I'm so glad you like the stew.
It's really good. I'm gonna have to get the recipe.
Actually, it's really just Tessa's recipe. I'm still learning how to cook.
So anyway, I'm gonna have to get the goddamn recipe.
When Tessa's not busy, she'll be more than happy to give you the recipe. I honestly just look at the pictures on the cookbook.
So where does that?
Oh, no, go on ahead first.
So where does that leave us then?
And he's just like, actually, he's just like, he goes over to the kitchen, he just hands you almost like not really cookbook, it's more like a torn up book with the inside covers and other parts of the pages just replaced with like illustrations of recipes and ingredients and a few instructions, like very like clearly written, like, you know, for difficult eyes to see. Like it's like quite like the writing has like indents basically.
Holy shit.
Even the pictures themselves, like there's like the pictures aren't like flat pictures. The pictures have like they're ingrained into the paper. It's like, there it is.
I start thumbing through the book and I turn to the rest of the party. So what are we doing about this sword?
We have to find its sister sword, but how? That is the good question.
Unfortunately, I believe the most direct way to do it might be to just walk around with the sword on me.
Shit.
That could be arranged. In the meantime, I'm sure there's a number of other things we could be looking into.
I would prefer other options than just
Wandering around with the sword.
having a sword on me
Well,
out there.
Tess has been looking for some things that could probably help with, well, navigating that thing, and also getting a fix on that sword. She said they was gonna make an apparatus.
Okay.
But she's gonna need a bunch of stuff. She gave me a laundry list of things, but looks at outside, looks at you guys. Yeah.
Huh?
Yes, the sun is still out.
We can take that off your hands.
Great. I can definitely make up for it though. But if you want to start looking around for some of these parts and pieces, you're more than welcome to start looking.
Sounds good.
And honestly, you know, if these guys aren't expensive, you can always talk to Date and Walter.
No.
No.
Less than pleasing.
Yeah, Modern is a flat no for that.
I'm suspicious enough as it is with that samurai cop dude.
We get along just fine.
Well, give us the list then.
Alrighty. There's actually quite a list of various items. Lots of technical parts that you'll be able to find at at various junk shops. Vico does also mention that some of the things might not be as easy to find or cheap without going into the Old Kingdom, though. If that's the case, you can either leave them with me or, well, you can, of course, like, take a crack at the Old Kingdom if you like, but you know, don't get stuck there for too long. Old Kingdom can be a rather uncomfortable place if you're not used to the enclosed areas and claustrophobic feeling of being next to big machines that make big banging noises.
I'm uncomfortable enough as it is. I grab the laundry list and I hand it over to the two. Mom, Dad, where do you think we should go?
Really?
Suppose we'll have to take a look at that list.
The first thing that there's that is kind of on the list that you see is a specialized magnifying lens and a telescopic pieces, pretty much just like a telescope. You like to be torn apart and used for repurposed. And Vico does mention that you can go to C District for that. There's a vendor, he should be out by now in the C District. They carry all sorts of, they carry telescopes, they carry binoculars, they carry all sorts of things like that. You can take the train or you can take a cart over there.
I believe somebody here was interested in the train, right?
Oh boy.
I want to know what it is.
Well, it sounds like we can kill two birds with one stone with that one.
Very well. You make your way toward the train.
Are we all going?
Y'all heading out or?
Are we splitting the party?
Oh,
Good.
I take Yasha.
Just
Oh boy.
It's like Mordarin is stuck between. Okay, we could take all of us. It's safer, but also we're so much more noticeable this way. Or yeah, we could split the party. Which
I was gonna say, yeah, a throng of what, like 7 armored individuals. It's not exactly subtle.
I'm more thinking
two
how,
fridges.
Yeah.
It's more of IRL things of how late we want to go, and how long things like this is gonna take.
I'm probably going to be wrapping up around here because it is getting late. I was trying to get as much covered, and I realize it's running pretty long.
Honestly, groups of 2 sounds good since there are 6 of us.
5.
5?
Vico's not coming.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Vico's not
So
coming
it'll
with
be
you
3
guys.
and 2.
Yeah. Or Yasha can go by himself.
No.
No.
Already
the boy
established
wander.
No.
Let the boy wander. What's the worst he could happen? Runs into 2 gangs, watches a samurai murder a guy. Wow!
I was gonna say, but by the end of the day, you'll hear how some random kid has been going around beating the living bejesus out of like half a dozen gangs.
Yeah. Lamine really is interested in more of that Walter story, though.
These very nice people gave me this magic rock. I don't know what it does, though. I found him in a dark alleyway.
I don't think I should eat it though. It smells kind of funny.
Oh my god. Lamine is honestly interested in that Walter thing.
Alright. Well, I guess I can shed some light on that story. If y'all want me to just tell the story and then conclude it, we can do that, and then we'll just,
Sure.
pick it up next
Sounds
time.
alright, rather than like getting into train things.
Alrighty. So here's the story of Walter. So, remember how I mentioned how there were a bunch of gangs that kind of run this city more or less? Or they run parts of the city? Walter happened to be the kingpin of one of the largest gangs that ever existed for quite a while. They were just known as the Syndicate. Yeah, him and his brother were a 2-man show that, well, they operated everything up until about 3 years ago. A lot of things just they pretty much kind of did everything that the Merchants Guild did, the Kings did, heck, everybody did. They owned pretty much a piece of everything. Not to say that the other gangs don't have a stake in everybody else's businesses, but everyone has their particular preferences and strengths to certain things. The Syndicate, however, lacked the weakness of one focus, and were just kind of good at everything. You couldn't really turn a corner without running into someone from the Syndicate or having a bump with one of his goons. And yeah, he held an iron grip of the city. Walter himself was quite a feared man, but he was fairly reclusive. Really, it was just his brother, just carrying the show for the most part. I've had a few run-ins with both Walter and his brother, but more so Walter, as a lot of the things I'd be breaking into are some of the more reclusive things. You know, warehouses full of food, you know, shacks full of contrabands. Even a run-in with some of his higher-ups wouldn't be more than a earshot away from Walter. Funny enough, it was just kind of a matter of convenience, really. Walter himself was a rather crafty man, so I'm not too surprised that he survived the outcome. But they say what happened was a huge schism between him and his brother that resulted in the destruction of one of the Hanging Garden's tallest spires. The whole building just collapsed and fell on top of several buildings and creating part of the alleyway. They've cleaned up since then, but, you know, memories. They stay. So a lot of people supposedly said that both of the brothers died in that, but I guess Walter's still alive. It's like, oh jeez, I can only imagine how he feels. He was practically at the top of that tower. At least that's what the stories go with. But yeah, some people say he got crushed under the building when it fell apart. Other people say he got survived, but you know, missing his lower half. So whatever the conditions it is, he's probably not the same Walter as he used to be. At least not physically. Which is kind of a relief. That man knew how to use his hands. I remember stumbling in on an interrogation at one of his warehouses, and I watched him, quite literally, just watched him pick apart his bones and sever them part by part.
Yikes.
Yeah. He was definitely really good at pinpoint strikes. Carried around a big scary cane, too.
Would Poverty know this person?
You might. Go ahead and roll me a history check.
$11.
So, you are familiar with the Syndicate. You don't know the you don't know the upper stuff, but you are familiar with the Syndicate and the Syndicate's goons. You kind of remember some of the less fun stories about Syndicate goons coming to the guts for looking for X, Y, and Z, you know, whether it's looking for someone that owed money or looking to smuggle and move things that, you know, they didn't want the Tetsu Force seeing. They frequently use the guts as their little smuggling routes. And you'd come across some of their guys, and a lot of their goons were, you know, they took no shit. Yeah, dealing like a lot of the little gangs, mercenaries, and soldiers, they were kind of like tolerable. Syndicate goons were kind of scary. Usually because when they showed up, it was not for fun, and bad things tend to happen when the Syndicate showed up. So it was, you do know about the Syndicate falling apart, and you kind of remember the story as well of, it was the Hanging Garden. It kind of was like the Syndicate incident, which that was kind of what it's called, in which, basically, you know, one of the Hanging Garden towers just blew up, basically, and there was a huge, like, almost like a huge turf war in the Hanging Garden, in the whole district. The whole place was just violence, just everybody was fighting, just a huge Syndicate schism, because, you know, it was just infighting. But you don't really know the exact results about it. But after the incident, the syndicate kind of vanished, and almost seemingly overnight, these other gangs kind of, you know, took kind of filled in the vacuum that the syndicate left behind. So
Yeah.
life got a little more tolerable after the syndicate.
Do they bite the dust?
Bite the dust. Yeah, they got Thanos snapped. But yeah, the syndicate ain't around anymore.
On the off chance that it should become relevant, what was the brother's name?
The brother?
Hmm.
Well, he went by Keith. Half elf, which is weird because Walter was not an elf. Or a half.
Keith or Keith?
Keith. Keif.
Oh, it is Keith. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. He was
Good to
actually
know.
he was a brute of a man too. I've never seen a half elf so small carry a mace that big. I remember him whacking away at a fucking piece of concrete and just watching it just chip away. That man was scary. Oof. I never really got into any fights with him, but let me tell you, when I had a run-in with Keith, I ran a lot faster than when I saw Walter. Bullets hurt. I don't want to be on the receiving end of that mace. Also notorious for setting things on fire. The man had a flamethrower.
Oh. Oh, alright.
Yeah. We can rest assured that he's not around, as we haven't really had any fires. At least not of the fires left behind by him anymore.
We can only hope tonight, soon.
Yep. If he's dead, I just hope he stays dead and nothing bad happens, like he comes back or anything. Why'd I go and say it like that?
I mean, there's just absolutely no way for him to come back at all.
No one's ever really gone.
I guess my other question is he also a chief? The brother.
God damn it. In ways, yes. Keith was the face of the syndicate. A lot of operations were carried on his back alone, but it wasn't without the logistics and smarts that his brother would carry out. So the two halves worked in tandem pretty well, and then just something kind of happened. The two of them just decided they could do better without the other, and well, now they're not around anymore. Well, I guess Walter is. Almost ironic. I guess the Tetsu Force did find him still alive, because if he's working with Date, that would mean that he got captured by the Tetsu.
I'm sure there's quite a story there.
It would only take someone like Walter to somehow not get captured by the Tetsu and convince them not to execute him.
I'm sure it's some kind of, well, not out in character, but I'm sure it's some kind of stipulation that allows him to walk free.
Yep. Well.
Even the most charismatic people have to make a deal of some kind.
Yep. Maybe that's what his deal was. They cut him some slack if he did investigations for him, which is weird. Tetsu don't do so much investigations that they do more scouting. They're not exactly in the habit of looking into people's concerns unless it concerns them. Outside of that, well, that's where private investigators are a thing. So, I suppose in that way, it's a little bit fitting that a former criminal warlord and a Tetsu, I guess a Tetsu captain of sorts, would be working together in a little thing. Or it could just be a setup.
Oh, a fucking setup, that's for sure.
Yeah, big names like Date and Walter aren't exactly small things to throw around. Ah, but who am I kidding? These names are 3 years old. People probably forget by now.
I will not be assuming that.
Well, you'll last a lot longer in Broznov than most, then.
I did have a quick question, Mr. Vico.
What's up?
If I take the top off of my spear, would it work better?
Hmm.
Hmm.
Kind of looks at it. He's like, I don't think I've ever really tried that. That's something you'd have to check. I know that it's like, I know that I know that the thing will, the bound field will, of course, prevent the spearhead from functioning. But I suppose if you used it like a staff, you could probably get away with it. After all, walking sticks aren't illegal.
Hmm.
However, the length of it might still pose as a threat. That's why you'll see a lot of the Tetsu cops carrying around katana-shaped clubs.
I see. He will give it a try, but he'll remove the top off of it later before he goes out.
Alrighty. Well,
What is this?
Actually, what was it?
Oh.
I'll have to talk to you a bit about it later, but maybe he could use that magical wood he had.
Ah, yes.
Although it's in the shape of a rifle, but he could still club people with it.
Yeah? Bonk.
It's a rifle without any of the fittings or any fancy stuff, so
Yeah. Minus the shoot parts, it's just the handle.
you know how
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
Wooden rifles? It's
Yeah.
that, but without any metal parts whatsoever. So
Mm.
literally just a husk of a gun.
It's missing the shoot part, the little metal tube and all the mechanical parts that make the gun go bang.
They can still go bonk.
Bonk.
It's so much better when it loops. I wish it looped on Discord, but it doesn't.
If only.
Of course, Yasha is just like, I can always just bite someone at the end of the day.
It's like, at the end of the day, you can always solve things with your fists. Everybody is always content with that. Even me. But I'm not gonna fight you guys, obviously. Also, Tessa will get mad at all of us. And I don't want her getting mad at us.
Why are y'all fighting in my house?
Get out of my house!
Everyone has to sit outside. Everyone has to sleep outside.
Yep, everybody sleeps outside. In any case, with that, I will conclude session since we've gone long in the hour. I wanted to try and get as much done and get as much coverage done since
We'll be back in 3 weeks.
we'll be
Yeah.
back. We'll be back in a few weeks. Unfortunately, Zach, as you know, I will be flying out, so I will be unavailable. For
What? This is fucking news to me.
Yep.
It's never heard before.
Never heard of. So, for those of you who are watching or tuning in, if you somehow make it to this point in the story, yeah, it's gonna be a few weeks before the next iteration of this campaign will resume. So, thank you so much for tuning in, and y'all have a great evening. I'm gonna go ahead and kick this over to Blue Stream like I usually do, because, I mean, I usually end up towards there. Alright, awesome. And, yeah, so, you guys have a great night, and, thank you so much for watching.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and go to host.
Hostess.
Hostess. Alright,
Hamburger.
Hamburger.
pretty sure that caught on